vanished from the land. Their absence brought by heroes thought a new threat close at hand. Rise, oh rise, adventurers brave through forest, hill and fen. Our race, might, blood makes fight, and simmer spotlight there. Winning charm, guns forward, together they defend. The wildlands call to one and all to bring peace back again. The world think awakes, a slumber shakes. 2,000 years combine, its darkest greed, a vengeful deed leaves dark but ash behind. With every town they tear it down, their warpath ever wends. The dead arise, neath chaotic skies, their march it never ends. Rise, oh rise, adventurers brave through forest, hill and fen. Our race, might, blood makes fight, and simmer spotlight there. Wheaties charm, guns forward, together they defend. The wildlands call to one and all to bring peace back again. From the archipelagos, change the undead hordes now free. A spectral tiny surge of light across the southern sea. The wildlands vapors, darkness creeps and all seems but a dream. But heroes' hearts will play their parts and light the darkest gleam. Rise, oh rise, adventurers brave through forest, hill and fen. Our race, might, blood makes fight, and simmer spotlight there. Wheaties charm, guns blow up, together they defend. The wildlands call to one and all to bring peace back again. So gather around and trumpets sound and banners be unfurled. For in this fight for what is right, contemplate our world. With courage sow the seeds of peace and wildlands shall parade. And tales be told of heroes bold who broke the world breaker's chains.
All right, welcome in, my friends, for session number 62 of the Wildlands. We have got a very packed session today, so bear with us. We've got a lot of things that probably should or need to get done depending on how the players facilitate things. After today's session, we will not be playing again for another 3 weeks. Our next session, I believe, is on the 24th. So we've got quite a while until we dive back into this realm, but we'll get in what we can today and kind of see where it takes us. I'm going to start with the recap, as I usually do, and then we're going to dive straight into it with the players picking up on the Raging Waves Flotilla. Good Lord, Cat. She can't hear me, but I'm sure she can read my lips. All right. Thank you all for hanging out. Logan and Ronan, I appreciate you guys being here. And for anybody who pops in the future or who is here currently lurking, thank you very much for your presence. I will see you guys. Is that the lady next to us mowing?
Yeah.
Motherfucker, man. Sorry, guys. You're going to hear a lawnmower because apparently that's what we do at 10:05 on Saturdays. Actually, it's probably good she's doing it now. It's supposed to storm this afternoon and all tomorrow. So anyways, I digress, my friends. Let's dive into session number 62 of the Wildlands. I'm fucking pumped. Maybe we'll get some naval combat today. I've been pumped for this for fucking months. All right, here we go. Let me jump back into the channel. I'll get out of my private sanctum here. All right, there we go. Hi, guys. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
All right. Hey, shalom, Bloodmane.
Shabbat shalom, Gentile.
All right. So, session 62. Crazy. By the way, I want you guys to know that, let's see here. I have it. So, where the fuck did it go? So on Monday, August 5th, is this campaign's 3-year anniversary. Obviously, it wouldn't align because of the way that, days move with the weekend, the day that we started playing, but it is the exact day. So, yeah, from the past to the future in a couple days here, a happy 3-year anniversary for this campaign. It does not feel like we've been playing it for 3 years, but it's been 89 years. All right, let's go ahead. Oh, also, Kat, did you have a bag of Skittles? Is that what I saw you hold up? Was it a bag of Skittles and peanut butter pretzels?
That was peanut butter pretzels. No, I was talking about the fact we have Costco-sized snacks. This is trail mix.
That's a man. Ooh, I would love to just rummage around in that fucking bag. Whole head, just.
Yeah, that was from when we went to the air show last week.
Oh, that's awesome.
And then, yeah, we're well stocked in snacks.
It looks like it. I'm kind of jealous. If I had a bag of trail mix like that, my fat ass would be inside that thing like a prize pig looking for fucking truffles.
Well, if I didn't have waffles to go through first.
That's fair. All right, guys. So, session recap from July 2024, Part 2, Session 61. So, the group became increasingly ill, and over time, both Ulrich and Winnie developed symptoms of the blue rot. The group decided to get their ear leeches removed and confirmed with Nolair that her people were indeed making their way to the flotilla sometime soon. Once they had confirmed that, they teleported themselves to the grove where they had some items identified and then took a much-needed long rest. Gartok spent much of the day prior learning how to count and memorize some children's stories with his new intelligence potion that he had acquired from Brodicio Timbers, only to unfortunately have all but some very simple counting stick once the temporary potion wore off. The group rested through the night and managed to unlock new potential within themselves, i.e., we finally had a milestone level up, so that put everybody in the party at level 15, except for our fucking risk taker, Ulrich, who is level 16. And ironic that he's also died the most. Like, that's the sacrifice you made for having the extra level.
The fine print of that card.
Yeah, no shit, right? Death will befall you at every turn, or you will befall death when you leap from cliffs. So you unlocked new potential. You guys awoke in the morning. You cured yourselves of the remaining blue rot, which at that point was just Ulrich and Winnie. And you guys had actually succeeded at some of the saves to resist it, which made it all the easier to cure yourselves of it. But it was no joke. Magic diseases are nobody's friend. So you cured yourselves of the blue rot and you teleported to the flotilla where you met with Dwendar. Dwendar told you guys that the Dwarven nobility would be arriving within the day, within the next 24 hours or so, and the merfolk within 3 days. The group, you guys, then began making preparations for the arrival of their hopeful allies. I already mentioned Milestone XP. You did level up. Congratulations again. We are officially in what they refer to as the Epic tier. Level 15 to 20 is Epic tier gameplay. Not many campaigns make it to this point, so just shy of 3 years into this campaign, and you guys did it. So congratulations. That's like 5 levels a year. That's painstakingly slow, but I think we've had a good pace. Okay. That's all I have on that end. Today we are going to be picking up session at, let me read my handwriting here, hold on. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. It looked like 11, but it is 10. So it's Ogtet the 2nd, Sunday, Ogtet the 2nd, 10 a.m. You guys are on the flotilla. You have just had a conversation with Dwendar, who is actually leaving you guys to your devices. So at this point, it's kind of up to you what you want to do. The next day, Monday the 11th, is when the dwarves will arrive, more than likely early morning or just before noon. And then on Wednesday the 5th is when the Sea Whip reinforcements arrive. So what you do with your time in between those two milestones is your choice. Let me just get one thing set up here, and then we'll dive into it. Any questions, comments, or clarifications from anyone? Okay. Whoops. Okay, let's go ahead and dive into it then. So, again, 10 a.m. On the day before the dwarves are said to arrive from their respective locations. What? What's the issue? Already.
Orion's kicking it, Liam.
Orion is...
2.
Oh, man, he's been rough this week. He also just started school, so it's like, fuck. He don't like that, by the way. Okay, so what would you guys like to do? Dwendar has just left you. He has other duties to attend to, making preparations for the Dwarven Envoy. So what would you guys like to do? And if at any point you decide that you want to just move ahead to a new day, you just need to let me know so we can progress.
Winnie would turn to Emig and say, I know you wanted to go see your friend to the north. Were you wanting to do that after we speak with the dwarves?
It's a matter of timing, so as long as we can get this done sometime before the 7th, that's when I turn.
Is this you two having a private conversation, or are we all right there?
Just right there.
You seem less concerned about that than you have in the past. Does that have something to do with that book you keep reading? Are they related?
Yes, they are.
Do you want to go through the entire dance where I ask questions that get more and more specific until you inevitably give us the answers, or
Yes, that
do
sounds...
you just want to explain?
That sounds ideal.
I don't know what you want to know.
What's in the book? How are you so calm about this? What's changed? I never actually got the explanation in the first place, other than the fact that this is a gift. And from what I have seen, yes, it is an incredible gift. I still have no idea how any of it works. And yes, she has her coffee
When
as she's, having this conversation.
when Sybil says what's in the book, Winnie gets a weird, like, almost uncomfortable look on her face. Because when she tried to look at it, it was nothing.
Yeah, to that prompt, I'll literally just open the book. It's kind of like hanging off of my side. I'll open it up for you to see. That's what's in the book.
I'm pretty sure it's going to look like nothing when I look at it, right?
Yeah, so he just pulls the book up from his side. This is what you kind of see. The water is kind of like putrid looking and actively dripping out of it, manifesting out of it and dripping. As he flips it open, you don't see anything on the pages except for chicken scratch. There's clearly something written on it. And it appears every so let's see, what's your passive oh Jesus, never mind. Yeah, you're good. So yeah, you would see like every so often like what appears to be like something kind of writhing underneath the pages. It doesn't like leap out at you, but it's definitely, you know, something almost snake-like. You would surmise maybe just from the way he is, a tentacle or an eel or something of the sort. But aside from that, yeah, the chicken scratch on the page means absolutely nothing to you. However, if you were to go and open a spell book, there's a distinct possibility it would also look like chicken scratch to you.
So she's gonna kind of lean forward and she's gonna do the like holding the coffee away from this thing as she leans forward. All right.
It smells like hot salt water.
So it's evocative of the sea, certainly, but looks back up. You know I understand none of the magic things, right? I'm assuming that script in there is either giant or just pure magic. Um, is it helping you, this book? Also, where did you get it?
I would say it's helping me, and because it's helping me, it's also helping us achieve our goals. It was a gift from my patron.
Your patron is the one that you keep visiting in the north?
No, I've never actually really visited my patron before.
I gotta grab tissues.
I have, believe it or not, friends in the north. Actual friends. Not my patron, necessarily. The patron, subject relationship might not be classified as friends.
Winnie looks a little alarmed at that.
Sybil's trying to figure out how to diplomacy that. All right. The ones in the north, though, are the ones you go to when you are going to transform, which is vaguely related to this book, but not, because your book is related to your patron, who you've never actually met, but continues to give you insight into how to succeed in our current tasks.
I am going to switch and just use message. So some of the copper coils on my fingers, I'll just start playing with them, and with my other hand, I'll just point at you. And you'll just hear in your head, yes, that is correct.
So she just nods to the thing that apparently only she can hear now. And then out loud, I please understand that I am just trying to understand with this next question, and I am not trying to cause any insult or provocation. How do you know your patron, if you've never met them, can actually be trusted?
You're still here?
Was immediately going to say that doesn't necessarily bode well for me. We've survived, but that doesn't mean that it couldn't be part of a greater machination. We know that several of the beings that work alongside the World Breaker have magic. Could they be attempting to manipulate you? Or do you have a reason to genuinely trust this mysterious patron? Does your patron have a name, or are we just continuing to call it, him, her, your patron?
We don't use the name. And yes, my patron has a bit at stake as well. It's hard to be an effective patron when you have no subjects. The World Breaker is more of an issue now.
Well, it's difficult to argue with that logic. Um, your patron a god? Is that like kind of thumbs over to Ulrich's standing? Oh, I guess Ulrich's behind you. Kind of like points over to Ulrich. Is that like that whole thing?
And follow-up question to that: does your they who should not be named know that we caused the world breaker issue? And if so, how angry are they?
So, yes, they are very aware. And I haven't gotten anger yet. That could change. And Sybil, what was your concern? I was drifting there for a moment.
Not so much a concern unless it needs to be concern. I'd asked if your patron is a god, but I suppose a better question would be what type of entity is your patron, if you know.
I think it would be insulting to both my patron and the gods to classify them as such. They are powerful. Maybe more along the lines of a lesser deity, if that, but not a god, not like Bahamut, for instance.
But still divine? It kind of
This
looked over
word
to
does
William
not
Ulrich.
apply here.
Sybil, make a religion check.
I also want to know how Sybil holds her cup back from the book.
Gartok, make a stealth check. Because I know what you're doing.
It might not be stealthy. If she just shoves it in front of his face, he's just gonna bite it.
Okay, well, that's actually probably a good question. So, Sybil, as far as the 19 is concerned, so as you're kind of putting the pieces of the puzzle together here, so like warlocks do use the term patron very specifically compared to a divine caster who uses the word god very specifically, and arcane casters who use book very, very specifically. So the thing about
And the twins were wizards. They
Wizards.
had learned their magic.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. They had a book that they studied their magic from. So what you would understand as far as the difference between a divine entity and a patron is much like in a social structure. A patron, i.e., the lord of a specific land, is a patron to his subjects. He allows them to live there, but they are expected to give him something in return, i.e., labor for the fields, etc., etc. They are not divine, typically by nature, patrons, whereas the gods, regardless of where their alignment lands, are all of a divine nature. They magically impose their will upon their subjects, who then use the weave of magic to perform miracles and things of the sort. A patron is an entity that has acquired a great deal of power from whatever source that's moot, but they have acquired so much of it that they can replicate the ability to grant abilities to their subjects the same way that a divine entity would, but instead of it being divine, it is more arcane in nature, and sometimes a little bit more supernatural than arcane. I'm trying to remember specifics here, but I'm positive Bloodmane has said out loud before the Deep Old One, at least in passing. Correct me if I'm wrong there. I feel like, has he said that out loud at any point in time, or no?
I think I've said it like once.
We'll leave that
Under
alone then.
line
Yeah.
of questioning, yeah.
Yeah, we'll leave it alone then for now, until it comes back up naturally. But what you can surmise with that religion roll is that, yeah, it's two totally different entities. What you do know about warlocks in general, people who claim they have a patron who is bestowing them powers that is clearly not of a divine nature, is that patron, much like a lord of the land that expects the serfs to perform manual labor, is that at some point in time, they're going to want something for all of their trouble in the gifts they have bestowed. So yeah, do with that what you will. Gartok.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
For context, she's running through in her brain like what she knows about. I will do a thing for somebody, they will give me power. And with Bloodmane's scary mysteriousness, she keeps landing on demon and is trying to like make sure that this isn't that.
Yeah, you'd have to ask him about that.
Yep.
You could definitely surmise that. You know that the most common the most easily accessible patron to any humanoid on any plane of existence would be a devil, typically, or maybe a demon if they were really desperate.
Mm-hmm. Especially with the names thing, and he has not said anything to reassure that it's not a demon. Just saying.
So as you're kind of having this little bit of conversation, Sybil, you feel something kind of clamp down on the side of your cup. Gartok, you kind of turn your head momentarily, and Gartok's snout is kind of holding onto the end of your cup, and you see his little lizard tongue kind of...
First of all, she drinks her coffee black and
That's
strong.
fine.
Ooh, it's bitter. But you eat bones
Super
and
bitter.
mud, so...
Second, it would be because she was holding it like back like this as she was looking at the book and like hadn't fully brought that forward yet. So it's the. So does that make Gartok? Then it's just the Gartok, drop it. Nope, don't drop it. Just let go.
Does Gartok double down and continue to bite, or does he let go?
I think there'll be like a moment of. I think it'll take a couple more sips and then let go.
It's pretty gnarly when you get the cup back. There's like this weird lizard drool kind of down the side of it. It's essentially
And
like
teeth marks now.
Yeah, and teeth marks in the wooden cup.
After the shit she's been through over the past few months.
It's still not that bad. It's a little funky, but whatever.
Do you want some Gartok?
He'll not.
Yeah, we'll need another mug. But yeah, you could just have some. You want to drink it, not bite it though. It's harder to drink when the cup's full of extra holes.
Okay.
Don't think points to Emeg. Don't think this gets you out of these conversations. As she goes to set about trying to get. Does anyone have a cup?
Yeah, I mean, there are mugs and cups essentially everywhere. I mean, people are just setting them down. We'll say for the sake of brevity, yeah, you easily find another wooden mug, and from your carafe, you pour Gartok some very, very dark black coffee.
Yep, we'll get Gartok coffee, and then assuming other conversations don't happen in the meantime, she'll go back to the questioning. But if other RP happens first.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take too long to grab him a cup, so you can continue.
Actually, you know what? While she's doing that, because then she doesn't have to make eye contact as much. All right, I can't figure out how to not ask directly without avoiding the thing. Most of the stories that I've heard, and yes, I know about warlocks and things of the nature, and I'm assuming that's what category you fall under now. That's not the important part. Did you make a contract with your patron? And if so, what does it want besides putting an end to the World Breaker? And again, I don't mean any offense with this. Is it demon, devil, or the like?
So your question is really the last part.
No, it's kind of all of the above, because those aren't the only things that can form horrible contracts or pull people into deals that can be beneficial on the front end. I have horrible consequences at the end. If this thing is granting you the abilities to help take down the world breaker, it's at the cost of everything you care about, your soul or something else. Even if it's not a demon, it's still a problem.
What does
So
his
just
face
kinda-
look like? Yeah.
Just like my face, probably just kind of blank, kind of just looking at you.
Winnie'll like put her finger up and sort of like step between the two of you and say, "Now, in all fairness, uh, ever since this deity came into the picture, it's only brought positive things for Emig. I haven't seen. It's not like the weapon that used to speak to him, and she'll like point to the scar on her shoulder.
Yeah, and when she kind of like pulls her armor to the side, you immediately all remember that Bloodmane almost cut her in fucking half with that magical glaive from the Tanaruk.
And when this
3 days
happened,
before I joined.
That was different. That was not anything rare, okay?
Wait,
that
let
was
me
a
finish.
possessed weapon.
I'm making a good
Okay.
point. I'm making a good point. When this happened, the second it became an issue for the rest of us, he dropped it without a second thought, even though he was compelled not to. So, just in Emig's, I don't want to say defense because I don't think you're attacking him, but just thinking about it this way, if there's a threat, I trust that Emig will make the right choice to keep us all safe as he always has.
I absolutely think that he would do what it took to keep us in the world safe, but also I don't think he would hesitate to throw himself into the maw of danger.
Oh no,
and
that's true for
sacrifice-
sure. I don't like that either. Yeah, no, that's definitely true.
No, I'm making sure that he didn't agree to something, or I'm trying to find out to make sure they didn't agree to something that's horribly self-sacrificial or has awful consequences for the sake of saving the world.
Here's something else to be said, though. I kind of understand that mentality better now than I ever have before with my current position. And I refuse to, one, turn him away from that if he feels that's the right choice for his destiny, and two, criticize that because I would do the exact same thing if it came down to it.
Yeah, this is why stories are going to be written about all of you. I just want to understand, truly, to figure out what it is that we're walking into, not just into the fights in the following days, but also after.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of repair after. And if all of us are here to do that, that's going to make it a little bit easier. But if all of us aren't here to do that, then hopefully the memory of what we tried to uphold until our end days is what will drive people to do things the right way, to rebuild. That's your job. So if anybody shouldn't throw themselves into the maw, it's you.
I am certain the mall will come for me, not the other way around.
I think it already did, to be fair.
So as not to avoid your question, what is going to be required of me has not been disclosed. All I know for sure is that one day I will be called into service. What that service is, the duration of that service, what that service will be, have yet to be revealed to me. I am willing to do what needs to be done for the boons that have been given to us, to me, at such time.
Then we'll cross that bridge together when we come to it. Okay. Does anyone else have horrible things hanging over their heads, or potentially not horrible, with it kind of a nod to Emig? Anything else that hasn't been said? Things that should be discussed that haven't been? Things that could be brought to light by people in the future?
We had a really bad wish one time. And Winnie just
Yeah.
kind of smiles.
I saw you. You let a doppelganger influence that wish a lot.
You little doppelganger be you a lot.
I did not let that happen. In fact, I made myself get disintegrated.
That's true.
Also, because I have not had the chance to say this, and she's going to turn, or I guess Winnie's between them now. I am deeply sorry for murdering that adorable little creature in the woods. I was doing everything I could to get you to kill that thing wearing my skin.
Groptalk looks confused, like he has no idea what you're talking about.
I do wish the message was a little more clear.
Well, I attacked you as well. Also, sorry about that. Really, really thought that was going to get me killed.
So, I can't blame you for things that happened when someone else was acting on your behalf. That would be unfair. There's not really anything we can do to undo what was done, and to be honest, of all the shit we've seen so far, that was somehow the most messed up. But it's just something we went through that builds character, I guess, and hopefully I'll be able to kind of make up for it somehow with the new grove.
And for those of you watching who don't know what they're referencing because they haven't said it flat out, Sybil murdered a baby monkey
She
once.
just nods and then turns and goes to the catching expression, goes to the coffee, the carafe, pours herself more.
Okay. So, Sybil pours herself some coffee, continues to sip. Gartok is lapping his aggressively out of the wooden stein.
Should have gotten him a bowl.
Probably not.
I'd like to think that he just bit into this one again and just lifted his head up.
It goes down. It's hot as shit, but you don't really notice.
Dinosaur style.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so what would you guys like to do?
I think at this point, if Emig doesn't have, because the reason I was asking is to kind of plan that out. So if Emig's not in a rush to go up north, then it's probably going to be a matter of waiting until the dwarves get here, unless anyone else has something specific that they're wanting to do.
Sure. Yeah, and just
Sorry
for
to
reference, no, you don't. There's no derail. It's all good. So this is just for the sake of potential planning and future brevity. But from where you are at right now, if you were to head straight to where you need to be, it is one way, 217 miles.
Just to clarify, you're talking about for him to go talk to his
Yes.
friend.
Yep. That's one way.
Yeah, so it's kind of up to you, Emig. I think it would be better for you to be here for the conversations, but I know it's a timing issue.
What day is it? Just third?
Second.
Today's the second. The third is when the dwarves will arrive. The fifth is when Sea Whip arrives, and then there's when Sea Whip arrives, there should be another essentially full 2 days before you would even have to worry about said issue.
I have a few days before I should really go. I'm not sure how I'll handle the moon. But I can be here till that time. When I do need to go because of the distance, I might need assistance in getting there. About, to my knowledge, how far does the airship travel in a day?
So the airship will trail. Give me a sec. Okay, give me 1 second to do the math. So if it were to be moving non-stop constantly for 24 hours, it can move about 150 to 160 miles a day. Whereas the normal person on foot is moving way fucking slower.
For sure. Alright. So I may be able to utilize Grim, but it's hard to say with timing. If it starts getting close, I might have to cut it a little short because again, it's not only a want for me; it's a need, and there's not much of a way I will. As far as I'm aware, there's not much of a way for me to avoid what's coming on the 7th. Just mitigate it. Until then, I'll be here.
Okay. Like I said, I'd rather you here for talking with the dwarves, but I don't want to.
I agree, I should be here for the talk with the dwarves. Most of the dwarves.
Fuck our team.
If I remember correctly, Lady Artine did not. Lady Artine did not hate me quite as much as she did the rest, so I will intervene there as much as I can.
Give it time.
I would rather just save the world first and then give her her space.
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan.
Yeah, she definitely has some sort of pact with a demon going.
When you would look over at Ulrich.
Ulrich, you can confirm 100% that that is not the case.
I'm well aware, but I'm just gonna let him have that one for a while. He does get like the side eye, like, and you're saying the same thing about me then, and then like, never mind.
She shows up and Gartok just starts throwing holy water at her. Out, demon!
He might. You tell him to.
Speaking of demons, how's this lizard acclimating to caffeine?
Yeah, so it's a lot. It's a lot. Now, he's pretty hyperactive anyways, just because he's the equivalent of a giant puppy dog. But Gartok, why don't you go ahead, because you chugged that fucking cup, and I'm guessing you've probably never actually had caffeine,
Nope.
unless it came from, like,
Never.
a plant. Go ahead and give me a constitution saving throw. His joke's on you guys. Gartok is just, he chugs the coffee and just starts shitting. Nah, 18, he's fine. He holds his bowels, but he definitely feels his tummy grumbling. And yeah, Gartok, you start your, well, Lucy, you don't drink a whole lot of coffee or anything, but you've drank tea. Have you ever felt like a really good caffeine buzz from too much tea? No, man, you fucking lame. Okay, so, I can't really quantify it in any other way except that your whole body is buzzing. You begin to feel a little bit anxious, and your eyes go really wide as you become hyper aware of everything around you. And you're
That's
panting,
amazing.
which you pant anyways, but now it's like a lot, like audibly panting. Okay. So, yeah, it is akin to a sugar rush, but a little bit more than that. I've never had heart palpitations from too much sugar. Okay, so what would you guys like to do?
I guess probably
I did
just
my
try to
thing.
Yeah, I would say probably just try to help around the flotilla while we're waiting.
Yeah, that's fine if you guys want to progress time. Like we can do that if there's nothing, you know, prominent that needs doing. So, you guys go through the remainder of the day, mind you. This was, let's see, it's 10:46. So this is, you know, barely 11 a.m. by the end of this conversation. You guys go through the ropes. Grim is down on the ship, but he also goes up to his ship, and over the course of the day, he throws over 2 additional anchors, and it looks like he's preparing some sort of rope and harness system. Easy to surmise that he's probably prepping to need to anchor a couple more airships, and he's doing that work to expedite this situation. He stays surprisingly sober while on board this ship. You guys notice throughout the day that he doesn't necessarily seem uneasy, but he definitely seems as if he realizes that he is a guest in somebody else's domain. And while he does drink his swill, he does not get shit-faced like he did when he was in Zlagmoshubik and then tried to fly. Well, not try to fly, he did fly. Flew well, to be fair. And that maybe that's the ticket too. He doesn't need to fly, so he stays sober. And when it's time to fly,
That hits home with Winnie.
yeah.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Okay, so you guys go throughout the remainder of the day. You go into the evening of Sunday, the 2nd of Agtet, and you take a long rest. Yep, go ahead.
Is it okay if yesterday, because Gartok's all buzzed up, for a good part, I guess, is it possible that as he's walking on board, he sees people messing with, like, the ballista again, maybe prepping it or stuff like that, and he wants to essentially go back to trying to learn?
So you can ask somebody you can ask somebody about that, but they wouldn't be prepping a ballista just to prep a ballista. Keeping it in a prepped position would be very
maybe just
damaging.
maintaining it, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, but you don't need to maintain it if it's not being used. So, but my point here is that you wouldn't see anybody just fucking with it for shits and giggles. But if you approach it like they did the day before, they would definitely be willing to show you. I mean, they see that you've got a big ass bow on your back. Like, nobody is unaware of what you're capable of. I mean, they've not seen you literally in combat, but they can take a pretty good guess. So, yeah, I mean, they show you the ropes, they show you how the reloading mechanism works, and it's not too hard for somebody who's proficient in longbows to grasp. The system is the same, except that it's more akin to a crossbow. But the way they break it down, when they realize that you're not like really understanding just like the basics, which they're trying to simplify it, they essentially have you hold your longbow horizontally, and then they show you, instead of holding it vertically and pulling back and firing like you normally would, they show you to hold it on its side and pull back like that, and they kind of explain it to you. Like, they really dumb it down. But to you, it's like you might as well get your doctoral thesis started. I mean, so yeah, they teach you. Now, do you master it? No. Do they let you fire it? Absolutely not. Nobody fires it. They're not wasting ammunition with the fucking undead armada sitting, you know, about 30 miles to the north. So
That's very fair.
okay, so you guys go into the evening and you guys rest. So anybody who needs to, go ahead and take a long rest. I know yesterday's day there were some spells and abilities that used, so you are welcome to do that. You guys awake the next morning. It is the morning of Monday, Agtet the 3rd, day before my birthday. Actually, isn't it today? It is today. Oh my god, wow, that's never I don't think we have ever actually had a day pass in any campaign I've ran where it landed on the same day. That's fucking creepy. Okay. So, so you guys awake, go through your morning routines. You are fed. We don't need to worry about rations. Yes, Sybil?
As we're doing morning rations, coffee, etc., I'm going to do my usual story time for the party, which, instead of talking about the things that we've done already or the things that are going to come with the World Breaker and stuff, she's going to spin a tale of the rebuilding and the hope that's going to come after the World Breaker has fallen. kind of what the future is going to look like, how the world's going to move on, and it's going to be just 10 minutes of that, of hope, not of like idealistic everything will be perfect. It's very much it's going to be hard, but we are capable, and there's hope and strength in the world still. It's that quiet like inspiration.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a performance check just to see how it goes. Yeah.
Lowest I can do.
Yeah, and Sybil, she spins this tale and begins to discuss hope and the coming together of many nations for a greater good, even though they may not have all seen eye to eye before. And you guys feel very inspired, so everybody gains, how many temp hit points is it?
17.
17 now. Beautiful. So 17 temp hit points. You can go ahead and add those for the foreseeable future. Or until I, as a crude DM, take them away. By force, by the way. Those are my fucking temp hit points. Okay, so...
Or if you take them away by psychic, does it have to be force?
Yeah, we can do psychic. That's fine. Out of curiosity, who had those vials? The nasty vials that were partially identified last session?
I think Emix still has them, doesn't he?
Yeah,
Okay.
I do actually still have those.
I wasn't allowed to get them.
That's true. Okay, just making sure. No problem.
Just making sure Sybil doesn't have them.
And Ulrich, is it your AC at 12 now with the cloak on?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Just making sure.
So
had that
when I
right.
do mage armor, it'll go to 15 instead.
Yep. Beautiful. Okay, cool. Making progress. 1 AC point at a fucking time, baby. All right, so the bulk of the morning goes by. The group is you guys are eating breakfast, and breakfast this morning is done very slowly. Grim has joined you guys. Dwendar has joined you guys. You guys are sorry, I'm kind of just moving everybody over into this little area. You can move yourselves into wherever you'd like, but you guys have an elongated breakfast. There's a lot of conversation that happens. Dwendar mentions to you guys that he has some details that were just found out this morning by his actually I can give you an exact. They would be his. His long ships. So he had sent a couple of long ships out in the night to do some scouting, just to make sure that the flotilla was still where they were supposed to be. He says that they've brought some information back, and as soon as the dwarves arrive, we can have that discussion. But breakfast is drawn out a little bit. There is pork sausages that are brought down. Bowls of rice that have been sweetened with some sort of like brown sugar, like it's like a molasses and sugar cane. And then it's you guys are given milk. You're not entirely sure from what animal. Winnie, if you drink it, you can make a nature check and try to determine that.
Yeah, she would, because there's, assuming they weren't harmed. Yeah, she would try.
Okay, go ahead. You can make a nature check. I assume that you would be eating the stuff that is not
Yeah.
meat anyways.
Only a 12.
12. Okay. Y'all like armadillo milk? No, I'm just kidding. It's not armadillo milk. It's cat milk. No, I'm just kidding. What about me, Fokker? I've got nipples. You want to milk me? You know where I'm going. Okay. No. So it is goat milk.
Oh, okay. Ugh. Awkward for me to deliver that. Okay.
Oh God. Wow, this is great milk. What is this? When he's just like.
Ah,
All right, so into the mid morning, you guys hear a call from above deck that airships have been spotted in the distance, and the dwarven envoys of both Clan Ironhoof and Clan Thunderbeard are approaching quickly. Give me just one moment here. So we have Clan Ironhoof. The flags are flying in at this point. Get them up on my other screen here. And Clan Thunderbeard. So these are the heraldry, and actually, so at this point, Grim would set up 2 small banners inside of the inside of where you guys are currently at in preparation for the arrival of this envoy. All right, and being brought down. Where Shark? What the fuck is wrong with you? Who hurt you, child?
You.
Yeah,
Repeatedly over the past 3 years.
that's fine. You know what? I accept that. Okay, so coming down the stairs and being presented to you by Dwendar the Tempest is a dwarven man who is almost the 100% exact opposite of Grim. So just so we are all aware, this is Grim. Okay. So Grim is, he is actually part of Clan Ironhoof, so I'm going to put him over here. Sorry, I'm setting up my other screen since we're going to have a bunch of people having this conversation. This guy, however, as I will show you in just a moment, is absolutely well put together, and he screams dwarven nobility, whereas Grim is kind of dwarven outcast slash serf. So this man is the one who enters. He has a couple of funky looking flintlock pistols at his side, and he is dressed to the teeth in brown leather armor, which is essentially flawless, well oiled. He has a bandolier strapped across his chest that has a bunch of different glowing and stinking and smoking liquids inside of them. He had his hands are covered in rings with different. He is smoldering. Yeah, I would definitely do some things to this man. He's very, very well put together. And Grim, Dwendar, as this man enters, he says, I would like to present to everybody, Mr. Sorry, it was Vondel Rubii. And Vondel kind of nods. Give me a second here. I gotta actually switch layers. So Vondel turns. You guys can see there's a little old white-haired lady behind him. Lucky you. And as Vondel enters, he kind of, very graciously nods. Thank you, Master Dwendar. Where will I be seated? He kind of looks past over by Gartok and Ulrich. I like to have my back to a wall, if at all possible. Dwendar kind of looks down. Oh, yes, of course. Could we maybe get another chair and put him in between you two? Kind of unceremoniously, looks at Grim. Grim's like, oh, yeah, all right, let me get a, oh, never mind, he's moving.
Gartok moves, yeah.
So he comes and he sits himself down very, he's not really pompous so much as he is, I know that I'm nobility, and I guess he is a little pompous. Okay, never mind. Behind him comes this old broad. A very hunched over, very elderly dwarven woman. Her hair no longer gold as you guys remembered her. She is kind of sunken into her age quite a bit. And as she enters, her eyes are glowing, showing that she is an Azamar, and she is not hiding who she is anymore. But you guys see the familiar face of Artine the Mystic, and Artine enters and she smiles and she says, "Oh, it's so lovely to see you all again. Thank you very much for inviting. I'm sorry, Vondel, I can't do it. How long is this going to take?
There she
I
is.
will move my seat and give that so Artine can sit next to Vondel.
Okay. She comes up and she has a seat next to you guys. Grim kind of kicks himself up against the wall of the interior of the ship. Dwendar kind of does the same on his side. The rest of the entourage that was in here is told to leave by Dwendar. They're told to just kind of stand guard upon the other portion of the ship, so you guys have your privacy. They sit down underneath their respective clans. So Clan Thunderbeard would be Vondel, and Clan Ironhoof would be Artine, as her name is actually Artine Ironhoof. So they sit. Artine kind of smiles. So we've been told that we need to come all the way from our homes to the flotilla in order to have conversations about some sort of disturbance here in the northern part of the sea. Is that right? She looks over to Vondel. Vondel smiles and nods. Oh, Lady Artine, I don't think that... Let me get that accent back real quick. I gotta stop jumping between them. Lady Artine, I don't think that's any way to treat our guests. You and I both know... Shut your trap, boy. I've been dealing with these people for a long, long time now. They're up to something. They wouldn't have called us here for nothing. It's not to give us information. It's not for our benefit. They want something from us. Am I right in thinking that, Lovelace?
When he waits for somebody else to be the one.
Gartok waves.
Oh, hello, sweetheart.
What we're trying to do is to take away some of the threats before we make moves on the Worldbreaker itself. And we found the opportunity where the Undead Armada is currently pinned in by the flotilla. We're going to seek assistance with attacking the Undead Armada to take out that back wave behind him.
Artine, she hears you. She looks to Vondel. So what do you make of that? Vondel kind of looks perplexed for a moment. Then he says, we've never heard of you or from you since the Worldbreaker has come forth. Now, we are well aware of who the Raging Waves are, and Dwendar the Tempest, and yes, we know Grim as well, but my people are not familiar with any of you. What do you bring to us? What do you offer us in exchange for our assistance, if anything? Or are you simply asking for me to sacrifice our resources on behalf of our High King to a cause of which we know nothing about? It is obvious you've made friends with the Iron Hooves, but...
Winnie's gonna wait to see if Auric starts talking again. If not, then she'll speak up.
We have been essentially trying to find a way to stop the Worldbreaker for some time now. We believe we do have a way, but it's going to take a little time and a little preparation, so that's why we are trying to gather whatever resources of the people that are left to help essentially stop the Worldbreaker and save the world through several stages. Now, that's a goal that the entire world should be able to get behind. If I'm incorrect in saying this, I do apologize.
Artine smiles, and she stays quiet, and she just looks at Vondel. Vondel, from underneath his beard, you can see his mustache, very, very finely waxed mustache, twitches just a little bit, and he says, it's not a matter of whether or not we want the same thing as far as the Worldbreaker is concerned. my point is that my people have survived it traveling directly underneath us, as well as this armada. We may be in danger at some point in time, but again, we've not heard from you. You've made no contact with us, but have made friends with the Iron Hooves. And now you come to me and ask me to sacrifice my people on behalf of a cause that, if I'm not mistaken, is your fault. Yet you offer me nothing but for the greater good. Is that what I'm understanding?
After everything is said and done, once the world is in less of a state of being broken, we're going to have to rebuild, and we no longer have the Empyrean. Yes, that is our doing. If it suits you, having somebody with experience in leadership would be extremely helpful in the rebuilding of the process, and there's a council that will be in place to try to rebuild everything. You would certainly have a seat on that council and have say in how things go.
I'm not entirely sure we want anything to do with your council. It was the Empyrean that chased our people to the skies, and we're quite content there. The patrons that our leaders have made friends with over the millennia have allowed us to stay adrift and rarely in the way of any sort of danger. So far, at this point, the Worldbreaker has caused no harm to us, and as far as we're concerned, we've nothing to fear from it. And if we do, we may have to face that fear, but again, I ask, as you have come to us, in order to request sacrifices of material possessions and lives, potentially, of our own people. Though up until this point, which I understand it's not been very long, but up until this point, you've only sought out one of the two Dwarven clans, and the one you did not seek out was us. So I'll ask you again, what will you offer us in return for our assistance and our sacrifice? I can tell you what is potentially on the table, if that would suit you better.
What would be of value to you, so that we can determine if we can offer something worth your time?
Well, we are a peoples of monetary necessity. We are a peoples of material necessity. We are a peoples of... No, that's about it. We can be self-sufficient if need be. We do trade from time to time with other nations, and there are some things that we would require. Obviously, right now is not the time to request anything from anybody because, yes, of course, the world is in shambles. But we could use material possessions or coinage for future material possessions. If you are interested in purchasing what we have to offer, we also are willing to take artifacts of magical nature, of course, not anything with sentimental value. That means nothing to us. Thankfully, because we've existed in the sky for as long as we have, we still own all of our own personal artifacts. All of the dwarven archaeological finds from days past are still in our possession, so it's not like we need to seek any of that out. He looks to Artine, and he begins speaking in a language that I believe only one of you knows. And I believe that is Bloodmane. Bloodmane, are you the only one who speaks Dwarven? Yeah, I think you are. So, he looks over to Artine, and you guys hear him start to kind of speak, but you can tell he's probably speaking Dwarvish, but you guys don't understand the dialect. Bloodmane, you would hear him say to Artine, "Were we really brought here to visit with these people, waste our resources, and they brought nothing to the table to offer us? Is this what I'm understanding?" And then he looks over to Grim. "You told us that they were wanting to have a conversation with us. And this was your boon, so this is my fulfillment of your boon. However, I'm not pleased with where this is going if they truly have nothing to offer us. Artine, she kind of puts her hand up and she says to him in Dwarven, "It's not like that. Trust me when I say that they have good intention, and although this is all technically their fault, hear them out. They may have some sort of material possession for you, brother of Thunderbeard." He kind of nods. "All right. But if I don't hear anything soon, I'm leaving. You understand that? And that reminds me, Artine, what are you bringing to the table? My clan, according to what our resources are capable of, I can bring probably 3 blimps and a fully loaded airship set with cannon fire. Can you match if they offer to pay?" Artine smiles and she says, "We are ready to match that, but they don't need to pay us. We are doing this in good faith." He kind of blinks heavy. All right. Turns back to the group. Right. So, my people are willing to provide the following, if the price is right. We have a fully loaded, combat-ready, bombardment-capable airship. And we have 3 air blimps ready and willing to move at your discretion. I believe Lady Artine has told me that she and Clan Ironhoof are willing to provide the same if necessary. So, for my half of this bargain, what do you offer?
Will you excuse me for a moment?
Of course. Dwendar kind of...
Emir's gonna
he nods.
stand up. And I'll actually motion to Dwendar as well to just walk back the bunks with me.
Okay, he walks back there with you. We can, as you guys are going back, we'll just hold this moment as they're walking away.
Yes, thank goodness.
Okay, so yeah, Dwendar, he, give me a second, where is his beautiful ass? There we go. So Dwendar walks back with you, and he follows you back and gets back into where the bunks are, and he pulls the portiere over the doorway, and he says, "Now, what's this about?"
We've dealt with Thunderbeard in the past, and we've had good relations with them. I'm not sure how best to cater. This is in Giant, by the way.
Yeah.
How best to cater to Vondel Ruby Eye's needs. Is there anything you can think of offhand that might entice him a little more and bring about more goodwill? Since clearly ties to the people of the world and even to us as trading partners apparently doesn't have much sway.
I think that we're going about it the wrong way. It's not that he has any issue with us as trading partners. I think his feelings are hurt that your group never reached out to the Thunderbeards and only reached out to the Ironhooves when they were in need of something. I think that their people have wanted to be a part of this from the get-go, but you know as well as I do that dwarves and their stubbornness are not ones to reach out and say, "Do you need help?" They want to be asked for it.
How do I give that honor back, since it has been damaged by my inability to reach out?
He thinks for a moment. Give me 1 second. By think, I mean the DM has to roll dice. He thinks for a minute, and he kind of like, he glances around the room, and he looks really perplexed. And then he puts a finger up and he says, I think you should play into the hurt feelings aspect. And you should do it with the offering of a gift. Don't think of it as you are buying their allegiance, but you are asking for an acceptance of an apology. Maybe take some time with your group to discuss this, but you and I both know that dwarves are very keen on material possession, so maybe offer him a gift of gold, platinum, shiny gems if you have gems. I mean, his name is Vondel Rubii. The man is literally one of the most famous artificers on the prime material plane. Gems, probably. Money, definitely. Offer it as an apology to not just him, but to his entire clan, and see if he accepts it. But it must be done in sincerity, not out of necessity.
Well, sincerity is something that I have no lack of. Yes, yeah. I do feel poorly about offending his honor and the honor of his clan. So, this will be coming from a very real place. I understand what it's like to have your honor questions.
It's not easy, for his people or ours. And remember, be gentle with him. He's a boy. By dwarven standards, he's a child. So, his honor is hurt very, very easily on behalf of his people, whether we want to believe it or not. And we really could use their support. 2 full bombard-capable airships and combat blimps would be invaluable to our effort.
Thank you for clarifying this for me, Dwendar. This is why you are the boss.
And we all row.
We all row.
Alright, so Dwendar, he pulls the portier back, and he begins to move back forward. So, this was not a very long conversation. I'm assuming that as he was excused and walked away with Dwendar, that Vondel probably just kind of sat expectingly. He doesn't look like he's irritated. Foot's not tapping, hands aren't going wild or anything. He's just kind of sitting there. He does pick up, after a moment, he'll pick up a flagon that's in front of him, and he'll take a big swig of this really frothy, dark brew. And you guys see he's got like a little beer foam mustache on his mustache. He removes a handkerchief from underneath one of his vials. He kind of spins it around his finger, and he just very gently dabs the mustache. When he's finished with that, he then pulls out a small canister from one of the straps in the bandolier, pops the cap on it, dips his pinky finger in, and as it comes out, it looks like some sort of resin or wax, and he spreads it on the mustache, and then with a gloved finger twists the resin or wax back into the mustache to make sure it's perfect. And he does that in complete silence. And about that time, Bloodmane walks back into the room. You just catch him at the tail end of the twisting, and then he cleans his hand. Were you guys saying anything during that, or were you...
So as they excused themselves, when he would have said, she would have said, as far as the negotiations go, I'd like to pause that topic because we do want to all make this decision as far as what's best to offer as a group. But...
Yes, of course.
I have to say that I don't know very much about dwarves, but I do know that pride is in your beard, and yours is just extravagant. And she is like looking at his beard and how he's got everything set, especially after he's like dabbing himself. And she, it seems sincere. I'm not trying to lie.
Okay, just make a charisma check.
Oh God.
It's not performance because you're not putting on a show, and it's not... Okay, that's, yeah, not bad. He, as he's finishing up the waxing, he's wiping his hands off. You see his eyes kind of go wide, nothing below the mustache moves. It's pretty held in place again. And he says, "Thank you. I do pride myself on the waxwork of our worker bees. They are the best in existence."
She becomes painfully aware of her ridiculous dreads right now and how gross she probably looks in comparison. And
Yeah, and there's you've got bugs and shit crawling in and out of your dreads. Winnie has lice
She's
and
a druid.
has always had lice. That's just part of the ecosystem of her body.
That makes me itch.
Yeah, it's pretty gross. But fuck them, you can turn into a dinosaur. So let's see
Sure.
you do that, Dwarven man. Is anybody else doing anything, Ulrich, Gartok, Sybil, during this time?
So I have something, but I'll hold it for now.
Okay.
Is it pee?
No.
Now Gartok shits on the floor during negotiations.
That would be
Well,
our
see you
luck.
later.
What?
would
There
be our
goes the
luck.
coffee. Whoops.
There goes the demon meat.
And there is our gift.
Oh god, yeah, you would be shitting. You would have the coffee shits of old demon meat. What the fuck?
Disgusting.
Okay, well this is weird. Okay, so Dwendar and Bloodmane re-enter the room. Vondel finishes. He thanks Winnie. Talks up his beeswax, literally, and yeah, that's that. He looks to Bloodmane and Dwendar and says, and then back to Winnie. "It would appear your comrades are back. Shall we continue our conversation, or are we through for now?"
No, we should definitely continue our conversation. I was going to suggest that we do offer up some form of payment, and she'll look over at the rest of the group.
Winnie, this requires more than payment. From me, frankly. I'm going to switch to Dwarven.
Okay. You see an immediate shift. As soon as the first Dwarven syllable leaves your mouth, his eyebrows, which have been kind of up and alert this whole time, kind of droop down, and he gets a little bit more serious, and he turns physically in his chair to face you.
Vondel Rubii, Sky Brother, if I may be familiar with you without knowing you so well. I have always just been a rower. Things have changed for everybody, including you and your people, and me and my people. This is my fault. I allowed my limitations. Yes, that's the right word, I think, in Dwarven.
He nods.
To be an excuse, a crutch to not get in touch with you because you were so far from where I was actually on the world. You have long been a respected trading partner of my people, and I have long held much respect for you and your people as well, which is why I can speak a little bit of your language. Your honor was damaged by me not trying to find a way because of my limitations. We could have reached out with magic, and that is my fault for not doing so. I can do nothing but apologize for this error because you and your people have been so important to us and my people and the world, really, for so long. Just because you're in the skies does not make you other. My apology is not enough. Me and this group are willing, very willing, and in fact owe it to your people to pay just for your time. I do not want to try and pay you for your services. This is just for showing up to the table. We have gems, and I think that we will come to something you will find acceptable as far as a number. I am not a gem accountant. I don't know how much we have, but we do have a fair amount, and I do hope that this goes towards making our relationship stronger and better again, and that you can forgive me for being short of sight, as a lot of us mountain folk turned water folk are.
So he nods. Bloodmane, go ahead and make a persuasion check for me with advantage. As he glances down at the Raging Waves pendant over at Dwendar, looks at his pendant, and then he glances behind him at the iconography of Umberlee. Oh no!
The 3 turned
You
3
still have
turned
your
into a
inspiration?
17 back into a 3. I do have an inspiration, but I don't know if I can use it.
Sorry, what was your question, Candace?
I asked if he still had his inspiration because he got one.
So he does have an inspiration, but the inspiration doesn't proc a new roll. However, what I will say for this instance is that yes, if you want to burn that inspiration, you may roll again.
Okay, I'm
Go ahead.
fucking doing that for the love
Yeah,
of fuck.
yeah.
I was gonna say too, Winnie would have been inciting Vondal just during the conversation because she doesn't know what the hell Emig is saying because he's speaking in Dwarven, but I
Okay.
would have been just watching his reaction.
All right, yeah, go ahead and give me an insight check then. And anybody who's watching Vondel, you can make an insight check. You re-roll it with advantage, so you can go ahead and roll again. So it will take the highest of those of the next two, or I guess of the 5 and the whatever. There we go. That's not a bad fucking roll.
More than
Okay.
the other 3.
Dude, I was honestly sweating. My butthole was so tight. I'm not gonna lie.
Great success. Asshole is like. Okay, here we go. So the insiders. So the only. Oh God, you guys. So here's the thing. It's tough to insight this guy because A, you can't see anything facially below his nose. B, you don't know what fucking language is being spoken. None of you understand it, so it's tough to know what he's reacting to. But what I will say is that Winnie would be the only one who really picks anything up, and all you are able to pick up is that he's listening intently.
Okay.
Okay, so Bloodmane, you finish, and you see him kind of give you like these eyes for a moment as his mustache kind of like furls a little bit, and then it kind of shifts into what you perceive as potentially a small smirk underneath the underneath. And he says in Dwarven, "Let me be clear in saying that you telling me that you only speak a little bit of my people's language is absolutely obscene. Your pronunciation of most of what you just said is better than most of our own people's. And
You will look genuinely confused at this. Like, wait, really?
You should be proud of yourself. I accept your apology, and I accept the redemption of my honor amongst your people. Not necessarily for you and your entire group here, but for you and the Raging Waves. I respect you. My peoples have always respected you, and we've been very good trading partners for as long as I've existed. Your gem gift, whatever it happens to be, will be sufficient, I'm sure. Remember that it's never the price value on the gem, but the cut of its corners. That really means something. I believe we can do business. I will reach out to my entourage and have them begin sending magic performed to notify our High King that they are to send a fully loaded airship and 3 Bombardier air balloons, so long as our lovely Lady Artine is willing to bring the same. Artine kind of pipes up at this point in Dwarven, and she looks at Emig. I think that would be acceptable. I'll have my envoy ensure that we get things moving immediately, as we don't want to waste any additional time if it is possible to prevent that. More than that, I think that it is important for us to all understand. She switches to common now. It's important for us to all understand that dwarves don't simply live to fight another day when it comes to protection of everything in our existence. What I mean by that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Master Ruby-Eye, but all of our surviving forces against this undead armada will also join you in the fields of battle against the Worldbreaker and its cultists when the time comes. We are a peoples of all or nothing, and if we are committing to all is all you get. Vondel kind of nods, and he says in common, Lady Artine is correct. If our forces are to assist you, then it will be all of our forces committed everywhere we can give them. Every dwarf manning every ship that will show up to this fleet engagement will give everything they have, and once that is said and done, they will take to their redocking ports for refits, reloads, and then they will take to the fields of battle against the Worldbreaker's cults when the time comes. Should any survive, which I'm sure they will. They're just undead ships, how bad could it be, right?
Who's gonna tell him I ain't?
So, at this point, Dwendar kind of looks around, and he says, there is something we should probably have a discussion about concerning the dead. We sent longships out to investigate last night, and they arrived this morning with some disturbing news. The dead have, they have called some sort of fog around where they were. We're sure that they're still there. It seems very localized, but their ships, their fleet, is currently under obfuscation. I don't know exactly how we are going to combat that, but we do know that in order to engage us, they will have to exit, or at least I hope they will have to exit the fog. The problem is, we don't really know their numbers until that happens. However, with the flotilla, the Dwarven air support, and our friends under the sea, once they arrive, we'll have quite a formidable force.
And the fog doesn't extend under the sea, so perhaps, well, I would hope it doesn't extend under the sea. Maybe we can use some of those underwater forces to do a little scouting for us as well.
Yes, that is true.
You said that it was localized. Would it be possible to estimate size at all from that?
What we know from previous scouting missions is that they came initially with 3 flagships, each of which belonged to one of the factions of dead from the Isle of Lost Souls. We counted a handful of long ships and a lot of keelboats. But beyond that, I mean, unless you know how to magically see through fog that is dense and hundreds of feet high, we have no way of penetrating that.
I
We
remember
don't.
the numbers I was given. Not what is necessarily there, but I think more or less the total number. They had 3 major flagships, 9 longships, 15 keelboats, about 80,000 strong altogether.
It sounds probably right. Yes.
Sybil's going to look to the rest of the party. Kind of sans Gartok, sorry.
Rude as fuck.
We should reach out to Ezekiel, Mylar, see if any of them might have the resources to be able to dismiss or scry through or otherwise get information past this fog.
Or not. Vondel awkwardly stands up in this ridiculously pregnant pause and says, "Well, this has become very awkward. I'll give you some time, and I will return to my ship and make preparations as we will need at least a day to get everybody ready and here. When you've determined your gift, I'll be here." And he nods at Bloodmane.
Can we send it with Grim?
Of course.
I'll switch into Dwarven before he leaves and stand up and go for a clasp if he accepts it.
He sees your hand kind of come out, and he kind of looks down, kind of takes like a partial step back. He takes a moment and he unstraps his leather glove, and as he pulls the leather glove off, he reaches his hand out to you, and you realize now his hand is fake. It is literally a carved ruby in the shape of a hand, and he puts it out to you. He clasps with you. It's cold initially, but then there is a sensation of warmth that kind of ripples across the kind of stiff hand, and you feel the fingers kind of curl inward ever so slightly and grip your forearm. And then they retract, and he slips the glove back on, and as he begins to walk away, he is strapping the glove back on his hand.
Thank you for your time. And also, if you get a chance in the future, I would love to get some of your wax, your people's wax. You have the best bees for this. It's getting a little unkempt. Unkempt, I'll say in common.
He smiles and says, "I'll see what I can do." And he departs. He jumps into the ocean. No, he doesn't.
Before he leaves,
Yeah.
and after he talks to Bloodmane, Gartok will also just, because he understands this is a meeting of leaders, of elders, essentially. He'll kind of turn to him, and he'll kind of just bow. It's kind of awkward because it's Gartok, but he'll kind of bow, and then just in Gartok speak, which is just broken common. Thank you.
He doesn't acknowledge Gartok.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, no, I'm just letting you know, like, it's really intentional. Like you say, he kind of even like looks at you, like maybe he didn't understand what you said. It was just too broken and guttural, but he kind of like looks at you, and then he continues to walk. Not like you were snubbed, but well, maybe that you were snubbed.
No, I had completely expected it.
Sybil, to answer your question from earlier, it's not a bad idea And we should definitely let them know what we're doing anyway. I just don't know what kind of resources they have right now, and obviously we'll want to pay them to do that as well, so that way they can help with, what they've got going on as well.
We
To look
won't know
over,
what resources they have unless we ask. And
right,
if they
and
don't know about the fog, they should
exactly, if we need to
definitely
keep people informed. Yep.
The fog. Who saw it? I need to know exactly. I want to kind of know what it looked like. Like if it was just a dense fog, did it have color? Was there anything else weird about it?
Dwendar will kind of step forward and he's like, so the report that I was given was that it was a very dense gray fog, and it seemed unnatural. So my guess would be magic or something supernatural. But we were told. Give me 1 second. They estimated the fog at the bank was roughly 2 miles in length, about as equally as deep, and a couple 100 feet high, dense. The issue is not at this point knowing what the forces are, but what formation they're taking and how to prepare ourselves. We also can't get off early firing or bombardments, pot shots, if we don't know where they're at. But again, in order for them to fire on us, they will need to come out of said fog. We hope, unless they can see through it.
My main concern was that the fact that a while ago, when we encountered the undead, we fought a undead creature that was primarily fog, and I was just making sure, hoping that it was a giant one of those.
It didn't appear that there was any sort of form to it. The fog itself seemed natural, but its size, density, and shape was the unnatural portion.
Okay. Because that thing was not fun.
No, it really wasn't. This is a good question. Okay, so I wonder if there's anybody. We've been really terrible about getting information and not doing further research on it. I wonder if there's anybody that might be able to tell us more about, undead situations involving fog. Can they see through it? Because if they can, and they're not going to step out, we won't have that advantage. Is there anybody you guys can think of? Wait, I wonder if you could give us any further information.
I have a DM question
Sure.
related to this. When we got the books before I lost them in the ocean, I had read through some of them. Is there any chance there was anything in any of them? Could I attempt like a history check to see if I read anything fog related at all?
You can make a history check with disadvantage because you didn't read it, your doppelganger did.
I knew he was going to say that.
Yep, that's fair. I'm so good at these two.
Come on, double nat 20 like Marcus did the last weekend.
Oh, shit.
It's tough. You remember seeing through the doppelganger's eyes when it was desperately pouring through all of the material, but it was just kind of so fast that it was tough. You don't remember anything specifically about fog. Yeah, it's not a whole lot.
Stupid doppelgangers. Yep, super fair.
All right. So, at this point, you guys have realized that Artine, over the last 2 minutes that you guys have been 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever, that you've been conversing, she has just been casting spells. She has been performing incantations. Ulrich, you would immediately have recognized it as the sending spell. She's casting it, whispering into her hand, Magic snuffs out. She's casting it again, whispering into her hand. She's done it like 5 times.
She did say he was going to contact her people, so, I mean, why do that if you don't have to get up and move when you're already...
Yeah, I mean, she's ancient as fuck, so...
When there's a pause in her casting, Lady Artine.
So there's a pause in the casting. She reaches down to grab a component off the table. Just appears to be like a small sliver of some sort of gem. She picks it up. She opens her mouth, one finger up in the air holding it, and she goes, "Yes?"
Would you like some coffee?
Oh, no, that's quite alright. If I drink anything like that these days, oh, I'll get so sick.
Well, if there's anything else that we can get you,
I'll have a beer, please.
I'm sure I can find that.
Great, thank you.
And then the incantation, she starts going again.
I know who I'm gonna try and find.
So just to be clear, there is no shortage of beer anywhere on any of these ships, and I mean that seriously because they've got salt water all around them, and they live in essentially pretty unsanitary conditions. So the swill they drink is got just enough alcohol in it to not make them drunk all day, but to make sure that they're staying hydrated. And to make sure that they're drinking the clean version of water. The actual water, very, very hard to find. So you can find swill, but then there are a couple barrels of the dark, heavy, frothy beer, which is what Vondel was drinking. So either way, I mean, they're all over. And it's kind of like free tap, as long as, if you pour it, you drink it, though. No wasting.
Is Grim around?
Yeah, Grim's he's literally right behind you. He's not drinking right now, but...
Okay. In that case, as I get up, it's going to be... Grim, what's the best thing for the lady?
He kind of gets really close and he whispers in your ear, "Probably a good knock upside the head."
A drink.
Oh, shit, sorry. Don't give her the swill. Give her something strong. You have any fire belly?
I don't think so. I'll find something.
Make sure it's dark and strong, frothy on top.
And I'm gonna go and get some of the not swill for Artine and then bring it back.
All right. So yeah, you do that. She finishes her castings. By the time you get back, she's like cleaning up. She's like wiping the sparkle dust off the table where like the magical residue had like left stains. Cleans it up, you set it down, and she picks it up, she nods to you, and she takes a good sip, like a good long sip. She sets it down, she goes,
"Oh, now that's just lovely. Thank goodness you didn't give me a good knock upside the head, though, eh, Grim?"
And Grim immediately blushes, and he goes, "Oh, Lady Artine, I was only..." And she goes,
"It's alright, dear. I understand. Just watch yourself."
Grim looks really embarrassed.
You kind of should.
So glad I didn't say anything in agreement.
Yeah, Sybil, don't worry, that's coming soon.
Yeah, Winnie would look a little uncomfortable for a second, but...
Could have been or worse. I've got just the thing to put in. I need to know what'll hide the taste.
Okay, so yeah, she sits and she sips on her beer. Is anybody else doing anything during this time?
I'll be taking Winnie aside to discuss, like, getting payment. Like, very soon. We need to move on that.
Okay. Winnie, Artine, as she's kind of drinking, Dwendar at this point too, by the way, has kind of dismissed himself. He's off doing other things. Grim, he's going to take a bow out for the moment because he is fucking horribly embarrassed that she, in her ancient status, heard that. So Artine, she stops suddenly, and as she looks up, you see the gold in her eyes flashes like 4 or 5 times as she kind of goes into like a daze. And then she just nods and she looks out at you guys and she says, I've received word from Vondel and my own people that everybody should be here probably late to midday to late Wednesday, the 5th.
And that's when Sea Whip should arrive as well.
Oh, lucky us. I think. I'm not very familiar with the people of Sea Whip.
They're ready to help any way that they can.
I mean, I'm aware of them as a people.
And thank you for your assistance as well.
Yes, of course. Right, well...
I hate to ask for more help, and maybe if anybody else in the party knows, I don't know a good cut of a gem. Is that something that you might be able to help us with to make sure that this is worth his time? We have gems, but I'm not terribly familiar with a good cut versus not.
She audibly sighs and sets the mug down, and you hear her Bloodmane whisper under her breath in Dwarven. She goes, these people are always fucking asking me for something. It's always something. Switches to common. I can try.
I just didn't know if you were familiar. If not, that's fine. I don't want to keep you from everything else that you're doing.
Winnie Artine is very busy right now. Let's go look at gems together.
Winnie will look like a kid that got told to go to the corner and grab the bag of holding and follow Emig. Just kind of shut up.
You get a corner, you get a corner, you get a corner. Everybody gets a corner.
Why are we in a circular room?
There is a suspicious lack of corners in this round room. Okay, so you guys can kind of dismiss yourselves. It is 11:53, so why don't we go ahead and take our break now, since it looks like we're at a good transition point from this point to the to what potentially could be our next big major scene. So let's take 10 to 15 minutes or so. You guys, whatever you guys need. I will be back here probably in the next 10, but don't feel super rushed if you need a couple extra minutes.
When we get back, Sybil is a bad idea that she needs to bring up to the group.
Oh, fuck.
Great.
Xavier, I want to say thank you. That was the hardest I've laughed in a while with that fucking Grim and Artine moment.
Yeah, look, hey, some of these dwarves are crude as shit, Yeah, it's good. I'm glad you enjoyed that. Artine has always been, she is infamous for being an absolute bitch. Grim is always been cool. Bondel, obviously, he's got problems too, but dwarves, man, I love playing dwarves.
I don't know. Gardak hasn't noticed the bitch part of her yet.
Well, also
it'll come.
shameless plug, but I'm wearing one of the skirts that Xavier created, and so I'm going to show it really quick on stream because it's amazing.
Oh yeah, she's got leggings coming, but it got lost in shipment. Yeah, they're all D20s.
Oh, I need.
Oh, that's awesome.
They're pretty badass.
That's baller.
Yeah.
I got my D20 on too.
Hell yeah, baby.
Yeah. I had to show it. I was like, this morning,
My
I was like,
you're wearing a shirt that says my doppelganger.
We're all kitted out today.
All right, I'm gonna get these kids.
All right, guys, we'll be back in 10 or 15, and we'll dive right back into the conversation between y'all and Gems. So we'll see you in a minute. All right, to everybody who is hanging out in stream, I appreciate y'all being here. Thank you very much. We're gonna take our 10-minute. I feel cornered. What's up, Tug? How you doing, buddy? Hey, a drink. Okay, I will take a drink. I am actually thirsty. All right. We're going to take our break really quick. As soon as we are back, you guys, we are going to dive into the second half of this session and see where everything goes. See if these guys are going to be capable of preparing themselves for some naval combat. All right, we'll be back soon. Thanks. Alright, guys, I'm back. Hello. Hello, chat. How we doing? Thanks, Tug. How you doing, bud? Hey, man. Again, I just wanted to say, since I posted about it earlier, I just want you to know, man, that I am really sorry that you had a bad experience with D&D last night. It's just that hurts my heart so bad as somebody who's dedicated so much of his life to this gaming world. That's not how it should have gone, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry that that's the way that it went.
You okay, Candace?
I'm doing all right, man. I'm doing all right. I am. We're getting ready. We're preparing for storms. There's supposed to be a huge line of storms rolling through here in about 3 hours. So I'm hoping we can get through.
Camera really made you
D&D
angry there.
without any problems. Fingers crossed.
Gave it that angry mom look.
Yeah, it's got like a little like leg on the back of it, and it wouldn't do what I wanted it to do. It was just like pointing straight down. How are you doing, you stupid?
My camera, you saw my camera when I was there. It's just like this little thing. So I just have to hope I can wiggle it around enough.
How do you guys like the fact that the only person in your entire party who has ever heard our teen say a single good word about you is the one guy that she hates the most?
Mm-hmm.
I love it. I love it. Oh man, those bars are good.
I know, I love these things.
We have like peanut butter like wafer bars. They're so goddamn good.
That looks amazing.
Bad.
It's crazy amazing. Oh my god, you know what's crazy amazing, Laz? Sorry, we're watching Parks and Rec right now. Alright guys, we'll call ourselves back here in just a moment. Excuse me. Alright. So. Got desktop good. There we go. Alright, so you guys, so our teen goes back to drinking. Bloodmane says, let's go over yonder and have a conversation about gems. So when he gets back, we'll just assume that you guys have. Is everybody going with for this conversation? Gartok, no.
No, because gems and numbers and stuff, Gartok doesn't care. But at the same time, I don't really think there's anything Gartok would want to do. I think he's just gonna wander around. Yeah, just kind of wander aimlessly. Until he's needed or called upon.
You know, Gartok, if you come with, we can show, Winnie and Ulrich what you learned.
Okay.
His eyes will kind of light up. He'll nod. So now whenever you put a gem down, he's gonna count from 1 to 9 and then restart.
No. Just one at a time.
No, every gem will be 1, and then he'll keep going. Like, every gem you put down will be 2, and then 3.
Yes.
Up to 9, and then he'll stop and then restart.
Gartok chugs one of his intellect potions. So his eyes widen. 18 carat. Very, very expensive.
No joke. I had the idea earlier of if things like didn't go well, Gartok would kind of chug the potion, and kind of gain like this understanding of what just happened, and be like, oh, hold on, maybe there's something I can give or help with.
That'd be pretty badass. It's such a specific thing to have for moments where you need to understand something that I think it's gonna play out great.
Promise the things that are going wrong in this world you don't want to understand.
It's okay, it's temporary.
All right. So, Ulrich, are you going with Winnie and so everyone is going then?
Yeah, Sybil convinced Gartok, so.
All right.
We have to show off the counting.
Oops, sorry. Y'all can move yourself wherever. Fucking Ulrich was. Get off that bunk bed, Ulrich. What are you doing? Ulrich runs in and just leaps on the bunk bed. Wow, you're
No,
spry.
No, you'll fall and somehow manage to kill yourself.
Oh god. Yeah, he jumps, bounces, and then he flips up because it's so springy, cracks his neck on the way down. Oh god! What the fuck, Ulrich?
Martine!
Artine, can you resurrect Ulrich again?
She sensed something in the fucking Lucy.
Had to give a visual representation.
That was awesome. That was crazy amazing, Les. Alright, so Candace, I'll let you take the helm here. Bloodmane's brought you guys back here to discuss. He said gems specifically, so I'm assuming people would be looking at you expectantly unless somebody else has gems on them.
Yeah, so Winnie will go into the bag of holding. She's going to pull out. So I would just like to point out that I don't think I've ever traded any of our gems. I'm going to preface with that. I'm going to take out 12 Alexandrite that are worth 500 gold points each.
Gold points?
Gold points. That's what it says next to it. It says gold points.
Why would you even?
Sorry. Then 10 aquamarines that are worth 250 gold
Okay,
each.
hold on. What was the first one?
Alexandrite.
How many? I need to know.
There's 12 of them. And they're worth 500 each.
Okay, next.
The aquamarines, there are 10 worth 250 gold each.
500, did you say? 15?
You said 250?
250 each, yeah.
Okay.
Then... So she would look at Ulrich and say, we have a lot of different kinds of diamonds here. Which ones do you want? Do we need to keep, and which ones can we part with for the sake of making this worth their time?
Well, keep in mind, any that are worth at 300 or what we need for Revivified, I do still have a God's tier. So I have that, but I don't know if we want to... I mean, we're willing to throw it in there and just exchange it out for diamond, and that's very rare.
So I'll take out, we've got 16 diamonds worth 50 gold each. We have 19 worth 100 gold each. And then we have 8 green fist-size agates. I don't know how much they're worth.
Looking at the gems, are they all like in a raw state? Are they cut? Are they...
So the Alexandrite, aquamarine, and all the diamonds are cut. The 8 fist-size agates are not cut. They're complete. They're just big fucking chunks of agate.
And then we also have some pearls, but I don't know if they'd be interested in pearls. I don't know if it's strictly gems or if pearls would be of any value to them.
You want to just tell everyone how much you have, just because either in chat there's inventory list going out here, so you guys can have that discussion openly.
So we have... So we have 5 giant clam pearls that are worth 100 gold each. Then we have a satchel of black and white marble pearls, but they're only worth 10 gold each, and I don't want to be insulting, so I don't know if we want to include that or not.
They'll take the big pearl.
Okay.
Any other gems or no?
I think that's it. Let me do a double check, but I'm pretty sure that's it. We do have 5 diamonds that are worth 1,000 each. We could part with a couple of them, Ulrich, if you're comfortable with that.
I mean, yeah, that would be fine.
Wait,
One of the things I'm actually thinking not less along the lines of value, but almost symbolic with the agates is that as our as this is a new relationship, it is undefined. So giving a gem that has almost infinite potential because it hasn't been cut yet is a good symbolism.
He's got a good point.
That is a good point. Hopefully, it's not. He seems like a very direct, cut and dry kind of person, but maybe he will like that.
It was just something that popped in my brain. So
Yeah. Okay, so we do want to part with 2 of the 1,000 gold diamonds.
yeah,
Okay, so I'll pull out 2. So we're only going to do 2 of those last diamonds that were listed there. All right. So
I've got a list of things we're parting with running that I'll type in afterwards.
I just wanted to clarify so we're not confused later. Okay, I think that's it. I don't see any more gems or pearls in with the rest of our stuff. You said that you don't think they'll want the smaller pearls you make?
The smaller ones might be not insulting, but not worth their time
Right.
as an apology.
Right. Okay. So
An oddly specific question. Are there any numbers that have any significance to their family, their clan at all? Number of families of notes, number of ships that are being contributed, like anything else that we could use as symbolic, so we're not just saying, here, let me dump out this bag of gems and say, is this good enough? Can we weave another story with it, like with the agates?
I like dwarves, but I don't know about numbers.
and I think we should be careful about weaving. I don't want it to come across as us trying to. I'm going to say this as nicely as possible. I don't want us to come across as trying to sell ourselves to them so much as an agreement of you're helping us and we want to pay you adequately.
Yes, but stories and connections and memories and good feelings are fostered in presentation.
You're not wrong about that, but I just think we should tread lightly. We don't want to oversell it, basically, is what I mean. I feel like with gems it's face value.
You can see in Sybil's face that she's doing the like, I am accepting this. I don't think it's possible to oversell a story, but fine.
And obviously I understand where you're coming from, especially with where you come from. But I don't want to end up accidentally offending them by presenting a story with everything we have on the table. The agates, I do like that. I think that's a good point, and he can see the value in that because it's right there in his face. It's not cut yet, and it gives him the opportunity to mold it to what he wants. But we just, like I said, we don't want to oversell it.
Then either 6 or 2 of the uncut agates.
Why 6 or 2?
Well, there's 5 of us and 1 of him, or there's 2 parties coming together.
I'd say probably the 6 then.
Or 7 if you're thinking about the Iron Hoofs as well. But we're not making this particular agreement with them. Well, we are, but we're not.
Yeah, my 6 I could see. I mean, I'm okay with parting with all of them, but for the sake of symbolism, I see what you're saying. Does everybody else agree?
More
Also,
shiny is
So
better.
we also want it to look like we've put some thought into this, not we have traveled across the world, here's just all the shit that we've collected.
Do we, obviously we're going to offer the gems, but do we also offer coin along with it to Gartok's point?
Coin might seem like we're just trying to buy them, but if we have any objects of interest, dwarves are very fond of artifacts.
Do we want to do 2 of the giant pearls and some of the alexandrites? Or do we just want to do the 2 diamonds and the 6 agates, and then potentially any artifacts that may be of note?
Well, I'm not even sure we have anything like that, but
We could give him this, and when you'll pull the group wanted poster out of the bag of holding.
That would be for our team.
I'm not on that.
No, you're not. I should put it back in.
Gartok will actually, you'll see his hand reach down to like his quiver, and a single arrow is gonna pop out. And it's gonna be an arrow of devil slaying. And he's gonna give that. Can help.
That is very thoughtful, Gartok.
I have a single one which we got from our demon adventure.
Yeah, and this is the arrow that comes out.
It's so cool looking.
It is very, and I kind of want to hold on to it, but Gartok would absolutely give it.
Gartok, you keep this. Dwarves, they do less with arrows usually.
So we do
Okay.
have. I missed it. We do have a couple shards of jade if we want to offer that. However, you guys remember at the tower, we got a sliver of soul steel. We've never used it. I don't know if they can use it for anything without using it for its intended purpose, but it might just be an artifact. I know that it's very rare, but it could also freak them out. I don't know. I don't know enough about it to know if it's going to be a good thing or a bad thing, and I don't want to ask Artine because she's going to get mad at me again.
Is it valuable?
I have no idea. I remember what we learned about it is it's an item that can literally change your soul. So it seems valuable. It seems invaluable.
Soul steel, when put into one of the great forges, can be used to unmake and remake a being from their very essence.
Exactly. And
It is, if we are looking for an object of infinite potential, that is certainly it. It is one that can unmake even a divine soul, like Ulrich or Artine, and reforge them, literally forge them into something new.
if anybody's going to appreciate something that is a rare forge, I feel like it would be dwarves.
If
Would
it's
that be-
valuable, they will love it.
Okay,
Would
so
that
let's
be-
stick with the gems then, I guess.
Would it be better for that? Might not be bad as a gift, a symbolic gift for Lady Artine.
She's already on board. I don't want to
No,
overdo.
I
Again,
don't-
I don't want to oversell us. I don't want to overdo it.
I'm not saying today, but from what I have seen, how do I phrase this delicately? We needs to get in her good graces.
It's a very valuable thing. I don't know if it can work miracles, but
I think if we each had the best gift we could give our teen is for each of us to use Soul Steel. Just start over.
honestly, the best gift we could probably give her is get the job done and then leave her alone.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so
Without having any cleanup for her to have to do.
right.
Again, we can't work miracles.
So we're gonna do the gems then, and the pearls, the larger pearls. I
How
think,
many? All five?
yeah, we can just do. There's no reason to be, cheap or stingy about it. I like the idea of the 6 because it does have symbolism.
I say we keep the soul steel as a we don't see this going in the right direction and be like, oh, and by the way, bam. Because you're not wrong. If anyone's going to appreciate something with the ability for that kind of a forging implement would be dwarf.
Mhm.
All right. 2 diamonds, six agates, and that handful of oddly large pearls.
Well, why not the Alexandrite and the aquamarine?
Should give more.
I think so too. I think the more the better. We can't take it with us, and the stuff we're gonna be doing. We might be going places that we can't take it with us, so we may as well give it to people who can use it.
Half and half of each, so 6 Alexandrite, 5 aquamarines.
What are we gonna do with them if we keep them? I wouldn't want it to come out
Say
later.
sorry again.
Okay, sold.
When you have to pre-plan future fuck-ups, I mean...
Says something about the party, doesn't it?
I was gonna say, that Bloodmane's got it right. This just circled all the way back to, wow, you guys are...
It's like the different form of prevenge. It's like paying your fines ahead of time.
Yeah, right. Listen, we're gonna fuck things up, so just go ahead and take this now. I'm just... Tally me.
I have never done that at Nero. Never once. Nope, never.
Okay. Does that look right?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Gartok and I will stay here while you handle that.
Garthok's gonna look confused, but not argue.
Okay. She'll look over at Emig. You comfortable with all of this? Does it seem like the right amount, the right thing to do?
Well, with dwarves, more is better. So, yeah, if this is pretty much it.
Also, unrelated, may I borrow the satchel of black and white pearls? There looks like there's at least 10 in there, and we've only gotten up to 9 so far, and I think these may make it easier. He keeps eating the things I was trying to teach him to count with before.
Oh.
Bold of you to assume I'm not gonna eat these.
Tic Tacs.
Num num.
Perhaps you should have him counting food instead of items if he continues to eat.
We tried that. We only got up to 1, and then I looked down and the table was empty.
Maybe do it right after a big meal. He's got to get full at some point.
That's a good idea.
If you can figure out how to make it that he doesn't want more food.
Do it in the Grove next time when there's nothing but food that keeps getting brought to us.
We were.
All right, we're gonna go deal with this. All right, so we will head out of this little space.
Okay. So as you guys begin to make your way, what exactly are you doing? Because you guys had said that Grim was going to be the deliverer. Is that correct?
Originally, yes. I have changed my mind on that since it is an apology.
Okay. So who is going then?
Honestly, we can all go, but I'm going to, I think, take it in hand.
Yeah, I'm gonna let Emig take the lead, and then I'm just gonna be there in case
If you
we
want us-
decide to add more.
Yep. If you want us all to go, then we'll both go. But I was trying to keep potential scaly foot in mouth situations away from that.
Yeah, that's totally fine.
Okay. So you guys go above deck, and just like Grim's airship is tied down, there are now 2 additional airships. Both are flying the heraldry of their respective clans, one of Ironhoof, one of Thunderbeard. And you guys are shown, obviously where you got to go. Scale the ladder, and you get up to the top. Are brought below deck by one of the deckhands to meet with Vondel, and here's his smoldering ass again. And yeah, you guys are brought. He's sitting at a table right now. He is in the process, it looks like, of writing something with his non-rubied hand on a piece of parchment. But the deckhand enters and says, Master Rubii, there are a couple of boat dwellers here to see you. And he doesn't use that as a derogatory term. It's just kind of like a nonchalant. That's just what they are. Steps aside, lets you guys in. Vondel looks up, and he says, well, welcome. I didn't expect to see you all here as quickly as you are. I've just finished sending my missives. And Lady Artine has reached out to me, and you should know that our forces should be arriving probably within the next day.
Thank you, Vondel Rubii. The assistance is obviously immeasurable for us. I'll swap over into Dwarven. And do we have the, all the gems in, a pouch?
Yeah,
Or...
yeah, what a
Okay.
pouch.
Is it a large pouch?
Large enough to hold them.
It's pretty fucking big. Yeah, you guys have almost 13,000 gold worth of gems sitting in this thing.
Well, hope this works. I'm going to borrow that little satchel of gems there, go and deliver it to this dude.
Okay. So you set it down on the table, and he kind of he stands at this point. He's much smaller than you, like literally half the height, but he reaches over the table and he opens it, and he begins very meticulously pulling each gem out and setting them down, arranging them almost in a like if he was over like a military sand table, kind of just like setting them in order, almost in like a formation. And he looks at him. He squints and tilts his head, and he looks down specifically at the diamonds, and he picks the diamond up with his rubied hand, and he looks up at you and says, "Are you sure that your group is willing to part with something of such value?"
Said that in Dwarven.
No, he said it in common.
We will do whatever we have to do to ensure that it is worth your time.
He glances up at Emig. He sets the diamond kind of outside of the formation, and then he picks the other one up and sets it outside the formation, and he pushes him towards Emig. My success rests on your success, and your success rests on your lives. Keep those. If you are dead, you are of no use to me, or the rest of the world. And I have a sneaking suspicion that in the coming days, weeks, months, if we're unlucky enough for it to be dragged out that long, we're going to need as many of those as we can get. And I won't be the one in possession of the one thing that may keep us from total destruction and total success, should things turn worse. He looks down at the uncut agates. These, on the other hand... And he slips the glove off and reaches down with his ruby hand canvas. You see it's really, really stiff. But as soon as it touches the top of the agate, there is a flash of light in the hand, and his hand becomes pliable, and it almost looks lifelike. You can give me an Arcana check, either one of you, if you're interested. Bloodmane or Winnie. Counterspell. His hand falls off. Okay, so when this looks, the way that it became suddenly malleable like that is very reminiscent of what you guys encountered when you were engaging golems. Whereas the golems are completely stiff and statue-like, and then suddenly, once they lurch to life, everything moves as if it was alive, so do with that what you will. But he picks it up, flips it over and kind of looks at it, sets it down. He kind of, he picks up the big clam pearls, sets those down, and then he kind of, as if he's counting money, like coins, like flipping through a stack of coins, he kind of cycles through all of the Alexandrite and the aquamarines. He smiles, he looks up and he says, "Well, I suppose we have a fleet of undead to destroy, don't we?"
We do, and if you don't mind, I'd be remiss if I didn't say something, and the rest of our group would probably be very upset with me. The agates, there was actually thought put into that, and it was one from each of us and one to represent you as well. Something that has not yet been created but is in the process of being able to be created. We thought it was symbolic as well as hopefully of value gold-wise.
Well, that's adorable.
I didn't do it justice.
He reaches into... No. He reaches into his bandolier on the front, and he pulls out the big vial of beeswax with his rubied hand, and he sets it over in the pile with the 2 diamonds in front of Bloodmane, and he smiles and says, "If we're going to war together, do something about that beard."
Understood.
He smiles, and then he nods. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some preparation work to do. Hopefully we'll see you tonight for dinner, and if not, in a couple days for war." Now he smiles. You see his whole mustache kind of cracks almost under the smile underneath his face. You could tell the word war, it excites him.
Since his hand is already out, I'll go to clasp
He'll give it to
and
you.
not be surprised.
Yeah, he'll give it to you. It is malleable again. Doesn't feel like flesh. It's like touching a stone, but it's moving, undulating.
Keeps that pimp hand strong, bro.
Listen, got to keep the deckhands in line. Okay.
I will grab the beeswax and the 2 diamonds. I will return the diamonds to Winnie and get out of this guy's room.
I will not remove the diamonds, but I'm going to remove everything else at this point.
Okay, yep, so that's 6 green agates, the 5 clam pearls, 6 alexandrite, 5 aquamarine. Okay. All right. So, you guys make your way back down to the main ship. You get there. What exactly, you guys tell me, what would you like to do? The world is your burrito at this point. It is, we'll call it about high noon, 1 o'clock-ish on Monday the 3rd. The dwarves and Sea Whip will arrive sometime on Wednesday the 5th. So, what are we doing?
So Winnie, the first thing when they get back to the other group is she'll look at Sybil and say, I made sure he knew the story behind the agates.
She looks like she's going to ask, and it's a thank you.
You are welcome. So, they were happy. He was happy with that, and actually, he sent us back with the diamonds. He didn't want to accept them because he was worried that if something were to happen and he was holding on to them and it could have saved one of us, it would be, kind of on him that we didn't have it. So, he wants us to stay alive, which is nice to hear. So we do have those 2 diamonds still, so that you know what we have.
Okie dokie.
Do we have anything immediately pressing? Because if not, there's something I've been considering.
Oh, shit.
Okay. I know we cannot go north upon pain of horrible death and dragony dismemberment. However, the threat of the Worldbreaker is a threat to all. This is not an overstatement, it's just a fact of how things are now. I was wondering if we should be sending a message, ideally magically, with no one actually crossing into their territory, to the dragons, seeing if they would be willing or have any desire to help try and stop this force of chaos and destruction.
They were the ones that put us on the path for the stone, for the crystals. Brain, can't think of what they're actually
Yes,
called.
but now that we have the binding stones, have we informed them at all?
We should let them know about it for sure, and see what they want to do next. I think the best way to handle it is to say, hey, we have successfully obtained these items. What is the next step for you at this point, and how can we support? Because if we try to tell a dragon what to do, I feel like they will not like that very much. It's very limited knowledge about dragons, but
That is exactly right from everything I know about them as well. However, I
I
think we
have a
should
message
also...
for one of the dragons.
Oh no.
is it a nice message?
It's from Papa. Octavius
Hmm.
had a message for Leandrisel that I have not delivered yet.
I think all eyes will turn to Ulrich at this point.
Before you cast, we should also let them know that we are working on gathering forces here and let them know where we are. Not just, hey, we have the crystals, now what? But let them know that we are thinking beyond that as well.
Gartok just kind of nods at messaging the dragons and just continues to nod. I don't think he fully understands what you're saying about like the whole like everything, but just says yes, message dragons, tell everything.
Yeah, I
gonna-
do.
He gets happy at the mention of Octavius. His tail wagging.
Yes, I can. That'll be. I don't. I gotta remember. Can I use sending? Because we haven't met them, right? No, we met Arcosian, or no? Who was it that helped us?
Yeah, you guys met Arcosian, and then you saw an image of Thax and Gold of Blue.
That's right.
We also have I guess an envoy from them at the Grove, do we not? The dragon. That can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was sort of a gift for. Yeah.
But they should know Thax and Gold, so if we need to get a contact.
You just however you think is going to be the most successful.
Why don't we start with talking to the immediate contact we have, and if she recommends that we message elsewhere, then we do that. Nothing the forces aren't going to be here today. We have time. Instead of trying to assume what's best, why not ask?
I mean, that's requiring us to teleport there because she's in the grove.
Or
Right.
message her.
Why don't we just message our contact? Arcosian was our contact, I believe.
Yeah.
So why don't we message Arcosian and just go from there? That way we're not disrupting Vex and Gold directly. We're not having to send a message across different planes and potentially have it fail and use a resource that you all know that nothing goes to plan, so
I don't know what you're talking about.
I had forgotten that there was a chance of disruption at crossing planes. One of these days I'll begin to understand how all of this works.
You'll sit quietly as she knows that Ulrich is trying to figure out how the hell to say everything we just told him to say.
Yeah, that's the part.
I think the main point of it, Ulrich, is just going to be we obtained the gems, or the crystals, the binding crystals. How can we help next? Here's what we're doing now. That way they know where we're at.
Okay, so passing along the fact that we have the binding crystals and how can we help further? What are the next steps we need?
Yeah, what do they need from us? Because we want to make sure we're staying in their good graces, and I feel that asking them how we can help is a good way to do that.
Binding crystal and gathering forces?
Mm-hmm. Gathering forces to fight undead.
Well, undead and the world breaker at this point.
True, but
We can probably presume that they know about the enemies. That seems... You have a limited number of words you can use, yes?
25.
Mhm.
Sounds like a lot, but it's not. Not if you want to sound
Well, like-
intelligent. You can definitely cut out words and make it sound broken, but
okay, so obtained binding crystals.
so far we have obtained the binding crystals. How can we help further? And that's when I was asking what else we should add on to the end of that.
How about anticipating undead fight with resources? Or planning for undead fight or something like that.
If I add that, we'll have 4 words left.
So for the sake of brevity and the fact that you guys have an entire another day before this happens, Ulrich, your 3rd level and above spells, you literally have like 20. So you can just cast this as many times as you need to get your message out.
I mean, yeah, I could. I could just break
Okay.
down all my spells for sorcery points and then break them all back, and I could probably do more than 20 if I'm really looking at it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot. So I would say for the sake of brevity and us sitting here and figuring out how many words you can cast, because there is literally an entire another day before anything even happens, you're free to just get your point across.
Okay, so then here's my dissertation, blah.
Okay, but what do you actually say?
No,
'Cause I need. Oh, okay, I was gonna say I need to know how to actually
That was a
respond
joke.
to it. Oh,
That was a
okay.
joke.
I'll
And then-
listen to the dissertation.
Nah, I don't talk. So so it's all going to go to Arcosian because he is like the contact and he is like the chain of command going up instead of going straight to directly to the boss. Let him know that we've obtained all 4 binding crystals. We are gathering forces to assault the undead armada within the next days and or weeks. And we need to know. Now, this is something I think I forgot. And I don't remember. Did we not have? Were we given, or did we find a scroll, or given a scroll for the binding crystals for something like that? I don't.
Yeah,
I
they
remember.
gave us the scroll. Or we were given the scroll, I should say.
I just couldn't remember that part.
Yeah, it's the scroll of imprisonment.
That's right.
Yeah, but actually, I don't know if I'm allowed to say anything because Gartok would remember.
Want to roll an intelligence check to see if he does?
With what I know, I'm confident that he wouldn't.
Okay.
Then I relay that we have the scroll of imprisonment to use with the binding crystals, and what they believe would be the next intelligence steps.
Okay. So we'll say for the over the course of 10 minutes or so, as you're performing the incantation and getting your point across, kind of laying out in the beginning, hey, this is a multi-part message, hear me out, sort of thing, you get the following response. And bear with me for one moment here. Do you mention the undead? I missed that part.
Yeah, I did say we are gathering forces currently to assault the undead armada.
Okay. All right, so here's your response from Arcosian.
Ah, Ulrich. It's been some time since we've heard from you. I'm glad that you're doing well enough to be alive. We were aware when you gathered the last of the binding crystals. You are now set. You are now prepared, at least in the early stages, to confront the Worldbreaker. But obviously there are tasks still at hand. Faxingol the Blue's suggestion is that you continue to gather your allies. All are welcome to participate. The cult of the Worldbreaker has grown exponentially since we've last spoken. Many more creatures have been called into its service. So your military resources will need to be great. All should be welcome. We are proud of what you are doing in gathering allies to fight the dead. That will take a lot off of the field in the final confrontation. We would be willing to assist you in that endeavor, but we know our presence is going to be required in the final confrontation. And our Lord Baxingol the Blue has made it clear that we cannot waste any of our draconic resources prior to that point. But fear not, we will join you in the final confrontation against the cults of the Worldbreaker. Your tasks now should be as follows. Continue on your path to conquer the dead. That is necessary. Second, gather your remaining allies. All are welcome. Finally, you must find somebody who can perform the ritual of binding, the ritual of imprisonment, when it comes time to confront the Worldbreaker itself. The cult and the dead are merely gateways. We must reach the World Breaker. You must reach the World Breaker. I'd suggest you seek out allies to join you in that endeavor as well. Your numbers will need to be few so as to go undetected. These are our suggestions for now. Congratulations on your efforts. You've done well. And Thaxon Ghoul the Blue, our Draconic Lord, is very proud of what you've done.
And the last of the spell's magic.
Well, hey, at least somebody said we did a good job. Their suggestion is continuing with the undead. It is necessary to remove them off the field, so we're doing the right part there. Continue to gather allies, and it's said several times, all are welcome. So if there's one we were leery of, maybe that's a nudge to stop being picky. I don't know. They also said to find someone that can perform the ritual of binding or the imprisonment thing. So there's that, and then they're talking about when it comes time when it's time to assault the World Breaker. They said they would be there to help. With the World Breaker, they don't want to. They're not going to. They didn't necessarily waste forces on this, but they want to have the might, all of their might, for when it comes time to fight the World Breaker. So that's when we will probably see them again. But they thought they were talking about gathering allies for the assault on the World Breaker, but to make that a smaller force, as it would be harder to, smaller, falls a little bit further under the radar. Radar's not a thing, but yeah.
So do we draw straws then? Because I'm not going to be the one to ask Artine on purpose if she knows how to cast that spell.
Starting off, is it an arcane or a divine spell?
Well, we have the scroll, right?
We have the scroll.
Let me take a look.
Okay, I'll hand it over to Ulrich.
Okay, Ulrich, you unfurl it, and so the writing, as you unfurl it, there is nothing on the paper. And as you begin to examine it, you see the script begin to spell itself out in the arcane language. Go ahead and make an Arcana check for me.
Yeah, that's about where that's gonna go.
Yeah, so you're not entirely. I mean, you can read it. You could start this ritual right fucking now if you wanted to. You understand it, and essentially what it is a ritual that, when combined with the energy that still exists inside of these binding crystals, will permanently, for as long as the crystals maintain their energy, will permanently essentially freeze a creature. It binds it into submission, and then after that it will pull said entity to the center of the plane, meaning whatever plane of existence you're on, whatever planet you're on, it will pull it to the center and it will lock it there, imprisoned forever. Is what it is telling you. But as you were reading it, it goes from blank to an arcane script. So best you could guess, anybody could probably read it. It would just need to be somebody that you guys obviously trust enough to do it. And I know that Ulrich is not an idiot and he's quite wise. So what Arcosian was getting at is somebody to read it, because your group will probably be needed to protect somebody, who is actually performing said magic.
It's kind of what I figured. He just wants to try and experiment. As he was reading it and it came up as arcane, he's going to try and focus on the other half of his connection, the connection to Bahamut, and see if the script changes.
Okay, yeah. So give me a religion check.
Also, something I'm not great at.
You built the character, not me. That's actually not bad. Yeah. So as you kind of close your eyes, you look away, you kind of shoo away the arcane dust that's on the page, and the page it goes blank again. As you focus on it this time, you guys see there's a soft platinum glow that emanates from Ulrich's eyes. And Ulrich, you now see divine script begin to shift and materialize across the scroll. And it is reading the exact same as it was before, but in divine script.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. The scroll will adapt to whoever's reading it. It first came to me in arcane script. I've then more focused on my connection with Bahamut, and it flipped to divine script. So it will adapt. But I believe what Arkoji was getting to is we're going to need someone to cast the ritual because we're going to be busy.
Artine is going to be not summoning, but she's going to be preoccupied with her own side of the forces. I think it would be best if we talked to the brothers.
Maybe ask teacher.
I actually had both of those on my list of suggestions. We could ask Octavius who the ideal caster of that ritual, the scroll would be. And then as far as Mylar and Ezekiel go, we wanted to reach out to them anyway to let them know what we're doing, where we are, what we've done, and so on. So I can help with contacting Mylar, and she'll take out the sending stone. But outside of that, it's gonna be a whole lot of you, Ulrich.
I am our communication system.
Radar.
Someone give me a teddy bear. Ooh, I dated myself with that one.
You did. Okay, do you want me to reach out to Mylar and just kind of give him an update?
Yeah, do that and see what he comes back with, and then I'll reach out to Octavius and see what he might know.
Okay, let me figure out what I'm going to say real quick.
I gotta do some real quick math here. Hold on.
And if anybody else is doing anything during this time, please let me know.
I think I'll be eating something at this point.
There's
and I'll probably
lots of
be
good food.
grabbing something for Lizard Boy too.
Okay.
If Sybil was teaching me via the pearls are gone now.
I will not let you eat the pearls.
I never handed him over.
I was going to say, it's not a matter of letting anybody do anything.
No, Sybil realistically she's actually more like here in the back corner of the bunk, like legs kind of like folded under her, just watching. She seems surprisingly calm at the moment and composed, but that might just be because for 90% of the past 3 years, Sybil has been a mess.
Okay, so for my message to Mylar, I'm going to use the sending stone and I'm going to say, on flotilla, prepping to fight undead, have dwarves to help, have scroll of imprisonment. Know anything about that? Dragons will help with Worldbreaker.
Okay. You feel the communication go to... I'm sorry, you said this was to Mylar?
Yeah, with the sending stone.
Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, yep, you receive a response almost immediately. Mylar says, well, that's quite a bit. Good for you. I'm currently trying to evacuate an entire city as the Worldbreaker is on our doorstep. My brother's doorstep, not mine. Don't know much about the scroll, never heard of it before. Could take a look. Didn't realize we had dragons at our disposal. Thanks for the update.
Winnie looks so pleased with herself, it's not even funny. We updated Mylar and he's happy. She just sits down.
All right. So, what are we doing?
So I quickly did the math just so I know what, because we can take liberties with some stuff, but I want to make sure exactly how many sendings. It's 23 in a day.
Okay, that's easy. So that's like almost 600 words. You're good.
Yeah, I was just like doing the math just so while we can take some liberties, I want to make sure we at least have a realistic version of what could be said.
Okay, so who needs to be reached out to next? Who are you guys trying to contact at this point?
I think Octavius was on the list.
Yeah,
Octavius is
on the
next.
list.
All right, and what are you saying to Octavius?
Pretty much a very similar update that's what I said to Arcosian, just letting him know that we got all the binding crystals. I'll leave out the scroll since he gave it to us, since he knows we have it. But that we're also facing up with the undead army, and if he had any advice about that.
Okay, so he would respond.
Oh, and I'll also definitely mention the fog, and if that's something that he thinks might just be a thing that they're doing, if it's a spell he may know, possibly.
Okay. So you have a response. The response is as follows.
Well, hello, Ulrich, friend. How are you? I hope that your allies and you are faring well. Sounds like everything is going swimmingly as you're currently on the ocean. Undead and fog. Not entirely sure about that, to be honest with you. Give me one moment.
Then there's like a 6-minute pause in between his response and him going, "Give me a minute," and then you feel the static kick back up.
Ah, yes, fog. Definitely coming from the ships. Or one of the ships, possibly. Not entirely sure which one, as I have never seen them. But they can definitely do it. And if they're doing it, it's probably because they know you're there. Unfortunately, I think that means you've lost the element of surprise.
What was the other question you had asked him?
Let him know that we got all the binding crystals. We're on the undead, so yeah, we just talked about that. And then the scroll, about if he knew anything about casting the scroll, the ritual.
My suggestion as far as the scroll is concerned is to probably seek out somebody who is very capable in the arcane and or divine arts. You don't want anybody who utilizes supernatural magic, nobody who calls upon the powers of a patron. I'd also maybe keep the druids out of this one, as it's not really their forte. But I would definitely say, whoever it is, make sure they are strong of will. The stronger of will, the stronger the imprisonment. Oh, and when the ritual's being cast, ensure they don't get beat up, struck down, thrown, kicked, stomped on, bitten, fire breathed, Breathened? Breathened. Breathened. Fire breathened. Don't let them get fire breathened. Or acid breathened. No breathens of any sort. Or it will fail.
All right. So Octavius seems to believe that the fog is coming from one, if not many, of the ships. He thinks that that means that they know we're here. So if we had an element surprise, that's gone. He also said whoever is the caster has to be strong with either divine or arcane. No supernatural magic, probably not a druid's domain either. But they have to be strong of will. The stronger the will, the stronger the binding. And don't let them get touched during the ritual or it will fail.
Winnie's gonna slowly look over at Emig. So maybe that's something to keep in mind when you're talking to your patron too. Maybe a physical presence isn't what we will need here. Ulrich, how strong is your will?
I mean, pretty strong. He says in the most unsure voice he's ever had in his life.
Okay. Also, as far as us losing the element of surprise, we surprise me all the time. So I'm sure we can use that to our advantage against them. But that is good to know. I don't think I doubt that they. So as far as the fog, did he give details on it, or he just said he thinks it's coming from the ships? Like, did he say why it's coming from the ships or what they'd be doing to cause it?
So he had to take a moment after so he literally took about 10-ish minutes, I think. I don't remember how long it was in between. I wasn't tracking, and then came back and said, yes, undead the fog. It's coming from the ships. One of them, maybe all of them. I don't know. I can't see them.
Oh, okay, so he probably went and looked at them. All right.
Or he probably looked up in some book somewhere. I'm sure he's got a ton of books somewhere down there.
Okay.
I mean, you're a lich. What else do you got to do but gather books and read?
Okay, so strong of will. It kind of scares me that the stronger the will, the stronger the binding, because what is being sacrificed at that point? Is it literally just if they're stronger, it means the bind will be stronger, or does it mean that they're sacrificing themselves to cause the binding?
Yeah, and if anybody wants to, you can make a general, anybody who is thinking on this subject can make an insight check. This is to just insight the recesses of your own mind to kind of recall information that has anything to do with people that you may remember meeting that you feel may be very strong of will, and we can kind of go from there. Ulrich, that's not fucking bad. Jesus Christ, a +9 insight. Jesus.
Uh-huh.
Holy shit, Gartok. Wow. Okay. So Winnie, Sybil, Bloodmane, I'll let your own minds kind of determine that, but I won't give you any hints on that because there's not a whole lot that rings true. Gartok and Ulrich, you are both pretty confident in your own minds that your ideal candidates, thinking of just the people that you guys know and deal with regularly, would either be Mylar Ashande, Ezekiel Ashande, or Artine the Mystic. Possibly Aloma Mundi, but you guys don't know where the fuck she's at. You guys know roughly where she's at, but you lost track of her a long time ago. And have not gone to find her, so. Actually, Gartok, you've never met Mundi, so you wouldn't know that. Ulrich, you would, but you would both collectively know probably Mylar, Ezekiel, or Artine.
Yeah. The three that step out to me immediately are our lovely and gracious Artine the Mystic right outside our doors, and Mylar and Ezekiel. That's really what I got. Maybe Mundi, but And I mean, if you want to talk about strong-willed people, Artine is one of the most strong-willed persons I know. Granted, I don't know that many people, and I haven't been here for that long, so there's that.
So, like I said, straws.
I nominate Ulrich to talk to our team on behalf of everybody.
I can go with as well.
Can ask if want.
Nope, you're good, Gartok. Here, have some bread.
He eats the bread.
That reminds me, it's something I didn't mention earlier, but it would have been highly suggested by Arcosian on behalf of Thaxengol that when you are preparing for said ritual, he said that you're going to want to keep, or excuse me, she said you're going to want to keep the your guys' group small so that you remain undetected. She would have made a specific note of counting the 5 of you out loud and then said, plus a caster, plus at most 2 additional allies, putting the total group to 8, 1 of which is casting, 7 of which are defending and or preparing to fight. So, do with that what you will. That was just something extra she would have said.
So 7's a magic number. Or 8's a magic number. I can't count.
Right, you 5, plus 2 assisting you, and 1 performing the ritual. Unless you decide you're going to be the ones to do the ritual, in which case you would have 3 on the outside. Please don't make me play that many characters. I got my own shit to deal with.
Okay. Well, she's not gonna like it, but I feel like we already know it will probably end up being Artine who will do it if we're thinking of the strongest will, but I don't know, maybe Milo will want to. We can have that discussion, and we should probably have that discussion soon with everybody together. Because things are only going to get crazier.
Do you think that that's a discussion that we have after the undead?
How much time are we going to wait after the undead? That's my only thought process on it.
They should know first.
What happens if something happens to us during the undead fight? We want to give the rest of the world a fighting chance.
Well, if that's
They
the
should
case, you guys would
know.
be fucked anyways because all your shit's lost. What are they going to do without the scroll and without the crystals?
They should know first. If for no other reason, then there may be internal preparations that need to be made. This is not something that we want to spring on someone, and we don't know how quickly we'll have to move after the undead fight. Plus, you can't procrastinate talking to our team just because you don't want to talk to her.
You can't tell me what to do. All right, I'll go talk to Artine.
Would you like company?
If anything, I might want to witness in case he tries to kill me.
I volunteer civil.
She'll do an unnecessarily fancy getting out of the little bunk beddy thing. Does not land on
Scary
Ulrich.
grandma. Okay, so you guys, you and Sybil, so Ulrich and Sybil approach Artine, who is sitting there drinking her beer, very gingerly drinking her beer. It's like you see, as you're even walking up, you see she just like, she sets it down, doesn't even give it 3 seconds, picks it back up and takes a small sip, sets it back down, kind of takes a, sets it back down as you two approach.
These fuckers.
I'll go ahead and take a seat right across from her.
I'm gonna glance at that cup. How empty is it?
Oh, it's pretty full.
Okay.
And she was already drinking it. This is she's probably gone and filled this bitch up at least once. So you sit down. She just continues to drink and looks at you.
I'd ask how you've been, but I'm pretty sure I'll get talking to for it.
Oh, now why would you think a thing like that, sweetheart?
Well, I know you don't think the highest of us.
As a whole, no, not too much. But for you, I think the universe. How could I not? I know what you are. You know what I am. You're a chosen of your God. So, there's a lot to think of you. Doesn't mean I don't think you're a bumbling fool, but I think a lot of you. The rest of the lot, not so much. Don't know a whole lot about the lizard, but seems alright. It talks, that's good.
Yeah, for all of his simplicity, he's very complex. He's a very wise individual, just they lived a very sheltered life, which I guess I can understand.
It's understandable. So, what do you need? You only come to me when you need something, so might as well just be out with it.
Not a need, it's a discussion. I just want to talk, think out through the next couple of steps. Not even looking for advice, looking for a sounding board, if anything, just to hear what we have and see if you think we're on the right path.
She seems very... Actually, give me an insight check, Ulrich and Sybil. I'm not giving you that for free. She ain't putting all those cards on the table.
This is gonna go not well. Oh, that's not bad for me.
Give me a sec.
And Sybil would follow up Ulrich's sentence with a quiet. We very obviously do not have the best track record with things, and we're trying. The fate of so many things rests on the next few weeks. We're
trying to be better.
We don't want to make any decisions rashly. We seek your wisdom in this discussion.
I'd say you're an arse kisser, but I think that there's some truth behind what you're saying.
Now, with that 26 insight, with the 13, you don't really pick up a whole lot because she's pretty stern, but with the 26, she is immediately on guard and suspicious as fuck. About we just want to have a conversation. Yeah, it's just about your wisdom. Yeah, she's like, you can see, she ain't hiding it. Well, she is, but not very well. Not for you. So she'll say,
Alright. Well, you've come to the right woman if you're looking for wisdom. I've plenty to share.
I guess more of what we're looking for is wisdom and blunt honesty. Like, I know you're the one that'll tell us we're fucking it up if we're fucking it up, so.
Thank you for finally lifting the fucking veil. There we go. Yes, I will be the one to tell you exactly what I think and potentially give you advice or tell you to fuck right off. So, what are your intentions?
So, after the undead, our plans are to gather what we can to start taking on the cult. And while someone is taking on the cult, we're going to take a smaller group to take on and hopefully imprison the Worldbreaker.
Right. Seems like a sound plan.
We have 4 binding crystals, and we have the ritual that can be cast to bind him to the center of the plane. And as far as from what I can tell from the scroll, and if you want to look at it, I've got it. You can take a look at
Definitely
it. Definitely
show her.
okay, yeah, she'll kind of, she moves the beer to the side, she takes a sip, and then she moves it to the side, and she motions to the center of the table.
To lay out the scroll. The stronger the will of the caster, stronger the imprisonment, the less we'll ever have to worry about this bastard again.
So
But also the greater risks of it going horribly wrong, from what I understand.
That's something that's if the caster is hurt while trying to cast it.
she reads over the scroll, You see her kind of trace her hand, and you, Ulrich, you see the divine symbols begin to kind of shift as she reads through it. She gets to the tail end of it, and she goes, "Huh. Well, you're not wrong about the way that it works. There is a lot of trickiness built into the structure of this scroll. It transcends divinity. It transcends arcana. It is raw essence, raw weave, woven into the fabric of the scroll itself. Very strong, very powerful. Now I understand why the binding crystals are necessary for this to function without it completely backfiring.
It's more or less the binding crystals focus the ritual on one thing versus, from what I'm thinking, it provides essentially the parameters for the imprisonment. Instead of just trying to target a thing, you're targeting the stationary 4 crystals, and they're the ones that send the magic and amplify it, essentially.
And that's the way I'm reading it as well. She rolls the scroll up and she sets it off to the side, kind of wipes her brow. Right. So, we fight the dead. And we will have victory over the dead, I'm confident in that. Though I fear we may take many losses. This fog has me worried, as I'm not entirely sure how to get rid of it. I've prayed over it, but unfortunately Moradin will not intervene. And I know for a fact the gods have no interest in something so petty. But the good thing is, if we can't see them, there's a distinct possibility they can't see us as well. At least that's my hope. She kind of glances at the iconography behind her. But maybe, if we're lucky enough, somebody around here nods to the Bitch Queen painting, and she says, can have a conversation with a god that is maybe more akin to something on that level. See if they can work some magic. Literally or figuratively, of course. But that is not my cup of tea, unfortunately. That is not my specialty. As far as following that is concerned, gathering the rest of your allies is probably not a bad idea. I understand that you have dragons at your disposal, which is good.
Yeah, not necessarily at our disposal, but they're the ones that put us on the trail for the binding crystals. So,
fair enough. Fair enough. What other forces have you gathered? I know that there are majority of the surviving tribes that have been gathered and are currently within the realm of the Grove, which is now in the Feywild.
correct.
Have you reached out to the Flaming Gales, the Orcus tribes of the desert? Or have you reached out to the Oasis, the one that resides in the desert, where the Druids reside?
We have not reached out to those two. We have Zlag Motionbeak, but unfortunately they're currently evacuating in the wake of the Worldbreaker. We have what's left. Sorry, my sound stopped working. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, cool. I thought like my sound gate just went dead, and I was like, "Oh, fun." Unfortunately, like the amount of people we have reached out to, the Dwarven clan are the two newest entries in. We have Sea Whip with some underwater forces. We have our surviving forces that we have left in the Grove.
Well, it's going to be one hell of a battle, but the good thing is, because you've all decided to take the dead on, it does remove a significant threat from that final fight, if we succeed in this measure, because we won't have a third party to contend with. My suggestion would be to continue to think on those you've met throughout your travels, reach out to them, see if they are willing, capable, ready. And then you need to determine, because when your forces are fighting against the cult of the Worldbreaker, we're not going to let the Worldbreaker itself just trample them through. We are going to have to get to it in order to perform this ritual. How many are you bringing to that inner circle?
8.
Total.
Including the one that casts.
She blinks heavy, and she says, so there are 5 of you, plus the caster, which, in my professional opinion, should be either myself or Ezekiel Ashande. Then you have 2 additional allies that you can bring to assist in the protection of the ritual caster.
Yep.
There are many among those that I have met, those that I know, that would probably be good decisions. Potentially Mylar Ashande. I hate to admit it, but honestly, Grim, the quickshot, is very proficient, very capable. Iloma Mundi, if she is still alive, God's willing, if you can find her, that would be beneficial. And I hate to admit it, because him and I have not seen eye to eye in a very long time, but I've seen his might in battle, especially on the island to the south. But Falazure Flaming-Gale, if you can convince his people to assist, he may be a good addition to that inner circle, but the choice is yours, obviously, and my wisdom only goes so far, because I do not know many people, but for those that I've met during this time of crisis, those are probably the ones that you would want to seek out. As far as the ritualist, I have no problem casting. But your decision is your own. It is either myself or Ezekiel Ashande would be my choice. He is one of the most proficient arcane ritualists I've ever met in my time on this plane of existence.
To be fair, him and you were the 2 that popped in my head with, in regards, only, I just don't want to see anything happen to either of you 2. But then that would just make me want to fight harder to make sure it didn't happen.
My first suggestion was going to be that you do it, Ulrich, but your healing capabilities are going to be immeasurable in that fight. I can guarantee we will need you much more than you will need myself or Ezekiel.
Yeah, I was going to be my first choice, well, just because I didn't want anyone else to have to bear the burden of it.
Although I don't know, I get the feeling that your friend Emig is now capable of performing ritualistic incantations. Maybe you let him and his scary little patron do the tough work, and we all have fun in the melee.
I think we will need his arm to crush the skull of the Worldbreaker.
Let's just hope that in his finest hour, his arm does not transform into a tentacle.
That's an image that I'm going to be considering now.
You should. You definitely should. The good patron giveth, and the good patron taketh away.
We had a conversation about that this morning.
I know.
So, where do we go from here? What more, how much more of my wisdom can I impart upon you?
You've already given us so much. I mean, you've pretty much got a good gripping on who we need to reach out to come with us. I was actually gonna try and get a message out to Mama Mundi this evening to see how she's doing. I know the last time I spoke with her, they were running and hiding, so hoping she's still okay. Gotta check on her.
I tried to
is-
divine upon her a few days ago, and she was somewhere still on the eastern island. I can't pick her location up specifically, but she is in a serious amount of danger. Sybil, did you say something?
Sybil, whose expression definitely darkened a little bit at the thought of, the danger for Mama Mundi, kind of shakes that off a little bit. Yes, in only a couple of days' time, we're going to have a not insignificant amount of forces here. And then, of course, there will be the undead. There's much that we don't know about their movements because of this fog, but there will still require some coordination. Are there people among any of the groups that you would recommend we speak to directly to help coordinate some of those forces, those movements, to make sure that we move in tandem and not at odds with each other?
She smiles. Well, there will be, at least as far as I am understanding, within our own realm of forces, 5 independently moving units. You have my clan, you have Clan Thunderbeard, you have the Flotilla, and you have 2 separate entities that exist within the same realm of the people of Seawhip. So my suggestion is, you and your companions take charge. From the rear, do not put yourselves on the ship, but you coordinate together in a centralized location behind the firing lines, and you be the ones to determine how this plays out. I understand that you are not all naval experts, or even warfare experts for that matter, but you are collectively wise and collectively smart. And if you can all give orders to specific groups of forces as they engage in this conflict, I don't see why you aren't already assured success.
She'll nod, but it's almost more of like a full dipping of the head than just a nod.
I mean, I could literally do what I did today, distill my entire magical knowledge down to spells of the third circle and literally just act as a relay point and send messages so that way it's directly straight into one person's head from another to another.
That
Literally just be a communications relay.
That would probably be very helpful. If needed, we could probably reach out to somebody to create a telepathic bond as well, if it was necessary. I don't know how that works. That is more divination magics that I'm not very keen on utilizing because it is of the arcane variety. But I think the sending idea is probably very smart. And since it takes time and effort to coordinate movements in a battle, in a war effort on the sea, you have plenty of time to get out what you need. So, that is my opinion.
Thank you very much. It's been very helpful to clear up how this is gonna go, where this is gonna go. It seems like it in my head it's never was actually ever going to happen, but it definitely is. So now it's one of those, got to be ready for it. I still feel like I'm prepped, but
It is much closer than you think it is. and it will not stop. Once we begin, there's no going back. But the good thing is, moving forward will ensure victory for us and our allies, and hopefully destruction for those who stand before us. The undead is going to be a significant blow, because whether or not we want to believe it, even though they act as a third party, they are truly assisting the World Breaker in keeping everybody else at bay.
Yeah, they've pretty much had free reign, even in his wake, the cult at least.
Exactly. And now we understand why the Empyrean had them locked away the way that they did. This is a dangerous force.
I'm going to invent a spell called Hindsight at some point.
It would probably be a good idea. And then get a permanency ritual to perform on you and all of your allies, and every generation that comes after you.
I think it's going to make it the opposite of Wish.
Undue fuckery. Okay. Well, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to finish my 4th beer, and then I'm going to go have lunch.
Thank you again. And I'll leave.
And I will also say thank you and leave.
We leave.
I cast Expeditious Retreat and get the fuck out of there.
Misty Step, Dimension Door.
Let's see, I'm gonna disengage and then
I burn teleport just to go 20 feet.
Yeah. It's like, why is she
cast
dodge
nope.
rolling? What the fuck? Fucking Link over here. All right. So you guys, were you guys having any worthwhile conversation in the bunk bed domain?
I would have been thinking about allies based on what Ulrich relayed to us about, like, everybody should participate. Immediately thought of the Neladari orcs.
Okay. Yeah, and you guys have worked with them up until the last, couple of weeks, because they, whoops, shit, I almost put you guys on the wrong fucking map. That would have scared a lot of people. Sorry. Not sorry, I scared myself more than I scared you. Yeah, so you guys were working with them on Thrall's Haven. When you guys were doing all of the adventuring on Thrall's Haven, right after the World Breaker, dropped a big duke on the fucking world, you guys had gone there, and they were the ones that were actually guarding your encampment at the time that was in that cave mouth. So you remember that, yeah, they were like, hey, we're going back to the desert. Every couple days they would send a new guard, essentially, and you guys were in great contact with them up until that point. And then when you left Thrall's Haven, like, nobody ever said a word to them again. Because y'all are assholes.
I feel bad. Falajar is a cool dude.
It's only been like a week.
It's been a little bit longer than a week for those guys. You guys haven't been to you guys haven't been there in,
Yeah, it's been a hot minute.
God, it's been a long fucking time.
Yeah. Since we got Ulrich.
No, we were. We ended up at Thrall's Haven when I was still in the party.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's right.
Because that was that cave mouth.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
And you can keep it that way. No one needs to know anything about that cave mouth. So when I get back,
I'm more curious.
it's the one I jumped off of.
The one he jumped off of when he was safe. You didn't finish the sentence. The one
No.
you jumped off when you were already safe.
You mean the one I jumped off because you were dying?
Yeah, but you were safe. And I was a wereshark.
And then I hit the ground and you rolled a 20 on your death saving throw and got back up and I fell down. So
That was the Winnie saving throw the first time.
Terrible.
So I'll get back, once I get back in the room, I'll be like, well, that went better than anticipated. She thinks it should be for the ritual either herself or Ezekiel. Because because Ezekiel, she says, and I agree, is one of the most proficient arcane ritual casters he's ever met. She believes that who should be our other two to defend the ritual would be either Mylar. She was hesitant to admit it, but Grim, as a potential. Mama Mundi, if we can get her out safely, which I will be checking on her as soon as we're done with this conversation. And then Felliger Flamegale.
What did you say? I'm sorry.
I don't know if I pronounced it right.
Falazure.
Felliger Flamegale. Okay, I did say it right. Yay.
Just bear with me 1 second.
Okay.
As the two that help defend the ritual caster.
I knew she would volunteer. Maybe we should do the soul steal.
Bear with me, it's gonna get weird. Alright, there we go.
That's possible. I mean, it wouldn't be a terrible idea.
The intention for me behind it would be, I don't know if it would work this way, but maybe she can, after all is said and done, she can go live in the new world doing whatever she wants, instead of what she's been doing.
I've thought about that sliver of soul steel since we got it. I haven't stopped. I've constantly thought about using it to change myself to something that was a bit more like a traditional priest cleric. Because they are, I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know if part of me would have to stay what I am. But then I think about it and I don't want to give up who I've been for several thousand lifetimes. Like, who am I to decide that needs to be changed?
Right.
I have a feeling that if that's something we were meant to do, it would be like our retirement package. It would be like our gods essentially saying, "You have done what I have created you for. Go be what you want to be for the rest of your life." I think that would have to come from them. I don't think any of us would willingly give it up.
That makes sense.
Because we are created for a purpose, and until we've redeemed that purpose, we don't want to make it worse, I guess.
I cannot speak from the position of one who has any particular reverence. Respect, yes, but reverence or even understanding of the inner machinations of any of that. But from a practical perspective, you currently function with the wisdom not just of the thousands of lifetimes behind you, at least on an instinctual level, but from the experience of being in this form, growing and learning in this current iteration of your lives. To change that now, right before we reach the climax of this tale, before everything comes to a head, seems like not so much like a possibility of it going remarkably well. Honestly, it feels an awful lot like making a wish and hoping that it works out. But you're losing all of the experience you have of how to make who and what you are now work. That seems like a risk that's not worth taking. Not now, not when we're this close.
I'm well aware of it. That's why I haven't done anything with it. It's been a constant thought in the back of my head. It's more like the voice that's like, you could have done better, you could do something else, and I'm always worried that I'm not doing the right thing.
Yeah, and if you think back to conversation from a few days ago, I'd like to raise the point of just how angry do you think your god would be?
Oh no, I'm sure yeah, no, I'm not even gonna
Don't even entertain the idea.
Yeah.
Maybe you did it once before and that's how you ended up in this situation.
Conversely, you do also have access to it, which if your God truly did not wish that to be something considered, seems like it wouldn't be a possibility. But I stand by my strategy point.
Well, like I said, I feel like something like this would be like would be Bahamut essentially telling me, your job is done. You're for what I made, what I created you for is finally done. Go ahead and live whatever life you want.
Did you not use a fragment of it before when you had become a dwarf?
Nope.
Is that what I remember?
It
Nope.
was not the shard. It
It was
me.
I got
that's
reincarnated into a dwarf.
Very well,
that's
too.
kind of a blur. Apparently, doppelgangers do not like the thought of something being unmade and remade anew. Imagine that.
Seems ironic. Okay, so what are we doing now? Waiting? Are we just going to wait it out? Do we need to contact anyone else? Emig, I know we were kind of discussing allies and people we haven't reached out to.
We
We've
do
got-
need to be in touch with Valajur.
I was about to say we've got at least another full day before Sea Whip gets here.
Let's get in touch with Valajur. I'm not sure I don't know anybody from Orcus's Chosen. I don't know if that's a thing. I was thinking about Orc. If they even still exist, really. Other than that, I might have to get in touch with my patron.
That's what I was wondering is, so that's like 4 days total worth of travel, isn't it? Minimum ish.
Unless I can be teleported, yes.
I mean, I can get you there, but then I'm stuck for a day. Unless I take you right before bed and then sleep and then come home.
Let me reach out. We still have a little time.
Okay.
All right. So we've got about 8 minutes. Does anybody want to do anything last minute while we wind down the session then? Any other messages that need to be sent out? I know Candace is desperately looking for something right now. What are you looking for?
I was going back in my notes. He was talking about contacts with Orcus's Chosen. I wanted to see if I had anything, but it would be in my handwritten notes instead of mine.
Yeah, so I'll just give it to you. You guys had a contact there, but when you went to war against them, you fucking murdered her. Bloodmane literally like ripped her in fucking half, and that was your guys' only potential contact. After that, everything shifted. That was one of the first. Actually, I shouldn't say that was one of the first times. That was probably the third time that Bloodmane lost himself in combat and began attacking. Remember, he hit Azaki and all sorts of shit. So
Yeah.
she was an earth like bender. She was gliding through the earth and like calling up like stone fists and shit to fight you guys.
The only other contact I would have would be for me to just reach out to my grandfather, not to use his powers, but to see if he has suggestions for me to better use mine. He is not going to be. I don't want to ask him to live through another war. He's already lived through one. But if he can give me any information on the best way to utilize my powers to make sure that we make it out of here, I don't think that's a bad way to do it.
We also could consider anyone that's still alive from the Oasis.
Anybody that's still alive, yeah, like Nicolette.
Yeah.
And you would remember, Winnie, that when you were there, either the first or second time, she did tell you that their specialty there was elemental summoning.
Okay, yeah. So Nicolette might be another good one for us to reach out to, just to see if she has anybody she can spare. Not necessarily for the undead, but for the final fight on the outside with the cult.
Last thing that I will do before the end of the session is send a message to Mama Mundi as a check-in. Just, still how are you still safe? We are engaging with the undead soon. And as soon as that is done, we're going to try and see what we can do to get her released to us.
Okay. So as you send the message, and you do get a response. It's not immediate, but you feel the connection kind of take over. There's a pretty pregnant pause, about 10 seconds, which is not usual for this spell. This spell is usually sent. In that 10 seconds, you guys would all see Ulrich's scales and face essentially go to pale white, like he was about to pass out. And Ulrich, you are flooded with the most potent emotions of fear that you've ever felt. It is fight or flight level, like something has just been cornered and is being forced to accept the fact that it's going to die. And you hear Mama Mundi's voice sing through the ether to you.
In the caverns deep where shadows creep, the heart lies shattered, lost in endless sleep. But fear not, dear soul, for hope's light gleams, a spark within brighter than moonbeams. Deep where shadows
And it
creep,
repeats
the
over
heart lies shattered,
and over.
lost in endless sleep. But fear not, dear soul, for hope's light gleams, a spark within brighter than moonbeams.
And the 25 words extends to about 50, repeats that first chunk over and over, singing as if somebody is... Actually, I'll tell you what, give me an insight check, Ulrich. Still not bad. 13's not bad.
I'm still going to use my one thing that I can add to it. Hold on.
Favorite of the gods?
Yeah, that's the thing.
Okay, so go ahead and roll. I believe it's 2d4.
Yep.
All right, yeah, that's not bad. 13 to a 19. Okay, so you pick up as you guys see the music kind of flooding into Ulrich. You guys actually see tears well up in Ulrich's eyes, and like teardrops beginning to form as it's dripping down, as the fear is overwhelming. It is so intense. You understand that the sound you're hearing, obviously it is Mama Mundi's singing voice as she is a bard, but more than that, this is the sound of somebody who has accepted their death, and they are more than likely rocking back and forth in a corner, singing to themselves, convincing themselves it's going to be easy to die.
Yeah. He will, as it's repeating, like the second time as it repeats, he will repeat the words of the song. And yeah, he kind of just shuts down. Like the fear took him over. So he kind of just sits down. Lily pulls his knees to his chest and just kind of sits there.
So how do we get to her?
So, and just so you know, the lyrics... Give me one second. This is one of the songs I have not memorized yet. So the lyrics that you heard repeated and over were as follows. In the caverns deep, where shadows creep, a heart lies shattered, lost in endless sleep. But fear not, dear soul, for hope's light gleams, a spark within, brighter than moonbeams. And that is the phrase that you hear over and over.
You read that last line and a half again after the "but fear not, dear soul."
Yep, sure. So it goes, but fear not, dear soul, for hope's light gleams, a spark within, brighter than moonbeams. In caverns deep where shadows creep, a heart lies shattered, lost in endless sleep. Yep, but fear not, dear soul, for hope's light gleams, a spark within. Perfect, that's it.
I was trying to type to keep up with you, and I got a little behind.
No, it's all good.
I had it too. I was not letting that go. So when she'll look at the group and she'll say, "How do we get to her?"
Teleport. Get as close as possible. Scrying.
We can't even do anything until tomorrow.
I can scry if we have focus. I don't have focus worth that much.
How about a giant shiny mirrored scale?
How much is it worth?
You can
just-
also.
He'll
Do
just
you-
bring out the reliquary box and just put it on the ground. He still like needs the chest, like rocking back, like he is gone almost.
Do you have any messages left? If you can cast that again, we know that Octavius has the ability to scry because he looked at the smoke before. He might be able to get us directions as to where to go.
We don't know he looked at the smoke before. He just said, "Give me a minute." We don't know that for sure. Scrying is not really something. A lot of. Well, no.
Well, when we talked about having Mylar or Ezekiel do it, I made sure that I was able, but I don't have the focus. I have to have the focus.
Look at the box. See if that's enough.
So Xavier, I know it's 2. Do you want to pick this up when we start again?
We can just run through this one thing really quick. So it says a focus worth at least 1,000 gold, such as a crystal ball, silver mirror, or a font filled with holy water. So what you need is something that you can utilize to see through. Crystal balls can be seen into. A silver mirror is something you look into. A font of holy water is something that you would glance into. You need to be able to see your reflection in it. A holy reliquary is not anything that has anything to do with that.
Wait, Winnie?
Yes.
How much holy water do we have in the bag?
I don't think I have any. Gartok has holy water.
I thought we had more. Gartok, can I? She starts to do the how many? Can I see your holy water, please?
He will take off what he has, and it's 3 full flasks.
Okay. Looks to Ulrich. How much would these be worth?
I have no idea. I don't know.
Well, then.
Gartok, you can tell him how much it's whatever the
They're
value
worth
was.
75 gold.
Not
altogether.
nearly enough. Fuck this. And she just turns and leaves the room and goes to try and find Artine.
Okay, so Artine is sitting exactly where she was sitting before. She has got 2 flagons in front of her now. One is completely empty, the other one is full.
Apologies. We're trying to handle this ourselves, but being where we're at in the middle of the ocean, it's a little difficult. Do you, by any chance, have anything that can be used as a focus for scrying?
She smiles, and you hear her whisper something under her breath in Dwarven. You do not understand it, but she looks very clearly irritated.
She looks apologetic as she's approaching, but she at the moment cares more about her people than pissing off the scary dwarf lady.
Yeah. She says, "Well, I suppose it's your lucky day." She reaches down into a small satchel, opens it. Her arm goes into the satchel all the way down to her elbow, clearly something magical, and she pulls out a small crystal ball that is set on a gold platform, and she kind of sets it down in front of you. "That's what I use for my scrying."
Would it be possible for us to borrow this for the duration of however long it takes Winnie to do a scrying ritual.
You're welcome to use it.
Thank you.
Don't
Truly.
break it.
Thank you. And she's going to very, very carefully take it and go back to the others.
Okay.
Winnie, will this work?
That is more than what you could have dreamed for.
Winnie's just gonna put her hands out and take it very carefully, and then
Don't break it.
I'll cast scrying, and
Okay.
the focus is going to be Mama Mundi.
All right, so we are going to flash forward 10 minutes here because it is a 10-minute ritual. And guys, as soon as this is done, we will go ahead and end this session for today. So, the 10-minute ritual begins. You need to make a wisdom saving throw. The target must make a wisdom saving throw, which is modified by how well, or they are observed. If they know that you're casting it, they can voluntarily... Okay, yeah, got it. Okay, give me just 1 second. I need to just double check a note. Okay. All right, so Winnie, you perform the incantation, and the spell comes to fruition. You see the following. It is very, very dark where you are trying to look. To the north of you, there is a series of white threads that appear to be tied to some sort of foliage. Looks like some sort of maybe tree structure, maybe large bushes of some sort, but they are everywhere. Everywhere the sensor turns, these things are all over. Something shifts in the web or in the silk-like structure, and as you spin the sensor around, you do see a figure, though you can make out almost no detail as it is completely encased in this silky thread. And you begin to hear the song.
In the caverns deep where shadows creep, a heart lies shattered, lost in endless sleep. But fear not, dear soul, for hope's light gleams, a spark within brighter than moonbeams.
Suddenly, there is an abrupt noise behind you as something shuffles in that direction, and you hear...
I said shut the fuck up or I'll tear your vocal cords out.
As you spin the sensor around, you see this rushing towards you. This entity rushes towards the sensor, stops. The eye in the center goes directly towards the sensor. It blinks once, and Candace, you hear...
Well, it looks like you've got visitors. And then it
lunges forward, and your spell is dispelled. And we're going to go ahead and end there for today. So that's fun.
That's a thing.
I really don't like that that's the last thing in my notes. Can we go to like a happy rainbow, something?
You go wherever you need to go. Sybil's great at escapism, so...
Oh, I'm gonna kill that thing.
That's just what she says.
Yeah, that's probably the first thing when he would say, "Oh, I'm gonna kill that thing."
Before I forget, if we're not casting it again, I want to take that back to our team.
Okay, yeah. No, for
Yeah.
if she's not doing it for sake of brevity, we'll say you can bring it back.
Yep.
Yeah,
if it-
Winnie would advise against scrying again because she'd be too worried about Mama Mundi being attacked because we were scrying. So she would probably advise against it as much as she might want to.
Okay, explain what it is next week on Dragon Ball Z. She's gonna scoop it up. I'll be right back.
I
Very,
think it's
very
more of a
carefully.
next week on fuck that thing.
And she's going to make sure she's. Oh wait, actually, hang on before she does that. Winnie, can I have like a handful of platinum?
Winnie will give her a handful of platinum. Let me roll like a d10 to see how much it is, Kev.
We're saying thank you and sorry.
What for a
Maybe two
handful?
A
handfuls.
handful
Yeah.
of plat. Yeah.
Just call it 5 plat.
5. All right.
They're pretty big.
She's gonna take the 5 plat and she's going to carefully scurry back. She'll set it down with the platinum in the table. Thank you.
Okay, I removed it.
All right. Okay, so you run it back in there and you drop the crystal ball off with the money.
And yep, and just say thank you. Sorry, thank you.
She kind of looks cockeyed. She looks at the ball. She doesn't even pay attention to the money, but seeing the money was put there, she grabs the ball and starts to inspect it and make sure that you didn't fuck it up. She doesn't say anything else. So.
Yep. And she's gonna leave that and get the fuck out of there. Because
Alright.
she scares me more than the giant bone eyeball monstrosity.
Yeah. Okay, so with that being said, we're going to go ahead and end today's session right there, and we will pick up next time, which I believe is in 3 weeks, and that will be, yeah, that is on the 24th, so we'll pick right back up on Ogtet the 3rd. Oh, where did my fucking pen go? I lost my pen. That's weird. Oh, here it is. I found it. So it'll be Ogtet the 3rd, and we're going to call it, we'll call it 3:30 p.m. Got that in my notes. And then, yeah, we'll kind of just go from there, whatever you guys want to do. You got, the world is your burrito at this point. You're only racing against the World Breaker and its path of destruction, so no pressure. Yeah.
And currently a giant spider thing.
Currently a giant something thing. A very angry giant something thing.
And we're end of the month, right? This is an extra long cliffhanger. It's like the 24th is our next one.
Yeah, 24th is the next game, so 3 weeks from now. All right, guys. Well, if you need anything from me in the meantime, just send me a message, let me know, and we'll see what we can do. Just so you guys are aware, too, as we are getting closer to fall, I hate to admit that, but it's true, I do have some Spooky Season 1 shots that are going to be coming up, so if you guys are interested, just keep your eye on Discord for it. If not, it's cool, too. We got a lot of people waiting to get in, so...
I'm going to be messaging you either today or tomorrow about other campaign-y things, more than likely.
Okay, yeah, I still have notes, by the way. I got hit by a lot of people this past week about actually fleshing things out. I'm still trying to figure some fine details out about locations specifically before I give a whole lot more. But yeah, feel free to reach out, and anything I can take, I will add to my notes. So
I've just been trying to figure out what a Paladin's Oath looks like.
yeah, so I have a little bit of that structure written right now, and I can show you what the structure for the only other paladin that played in any of my campaigns was. It's rigid, but it's flexible in that you are going to be the one ultimately to create that. So, and I have some ideas about your well, I won't give too much detail away, but I have some ideas about your specific oath path, the theme that I like, and we should work with it. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, there is plenty of time. It's just, when we're faced with the end of this world, I'm looking to the hope of a paladin.
Yeah, just in case you guys TPK in the last fight, boy, wouldn't that would be fucking crazy.
There was a while there when I thought Sybil was going to die, where I was going to ask if this paladin could be helping fight the cult of the World Breaker and be found later.
That'd be pretty badass.
No, I don't want Sybil to die. Please don't.
You've done too much to save her ass. All right, guys. We'll catch you later. Take care of yourselves. Have a fantastic today and a pleasant tomorrow.
3 weeks.
Yeah, we'll see you in 3 weeks.
Bye.
On a side note, D&D Beyond, I don't know if it's for anyone else, but it actually started working like normal
Yeah,
for me.
me too. Yep.
So pretty happy on that front.
Thank God, because I was really getting sick and tired of that bullshit. We'll have to test it tomorrow when we're playing D&D and Candace's game, because that shit drives me crazy sometimes,
Me
man.
too.
It was very annoying, yeah.
All right, guys. We'll talk to you soon.
See you guys later.
All right, for my friends in chat, let's go ahead and find someone to raid. So we've got Mark Zombie playing or doing some crafting. They're building. I don't know what the fuck they're building, but it's another crafter. Candace, do you know this person? Mark Zombie?
No, that might be somebody you rated like during the day.
I'm not interested in Firefang today. Pokemon Cast and Yogcast are kind of out. Ozen.
He's probably playing the new stuff.
He's playing new stuff, and Zavino's playing GTA. We'll just raid this crafter. That's fine, guys. We'll see you tonight. Nerdy Knots and I will be back from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern time for some Baldur's Gate 3. We are in the depths of the Kresh, and I believe what our intention is to still try to find this whatever this Blood of Lythander shit is. And then once we're done with that, hopefully we can just move on to Act 3, or I mean 2, excuse me. We're not even on Act 2. We hit level 7 last night. We have done a lot of fucking content. So, yeah, that's that. So let's go ahead and raid out. And Amanda is building a miniature greenhouse, which is kind of fucking cool. So we'll see you guys soon. Take care of yourselves, and thanks for hanging out today.